On the corner, 7th and Hope, we made their stand. Voices rising up, they had justice in demand. Shout out girls, the name the sheriff gave, but they took it and owned it, fearless and brave. From fucked up police to justice for Floyd, they speak for the silenced and they won't be destroyed. Critics call them hijackers, but they're on a roll with their ding-dong fans and their
that car's on fire.
soul.
Want to get out?
Nope.
That's a good flavor, good aroma. Good aroma.
Goodness gracious.
Please, Susie, don't solicit Pat.
No, please don't, Susie. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Will you stop?
I almost hit you because you walked right out in front of me. You'd have been in my hood ornament.
Oh, fuck the police.
Look at the scoliosis.
Wow, that hurts my back.
It's warm, it's fairly flat, but it's wet.
The shorts on? Oh my god.
That's not nice.
You gonna check YouTube or?
Yep.
I think we should check that before we share before we share the other one.
There it is. YouTube.
Let's share the rest. Check that before we share the information. Well, welcome back to Live on Patrol. We got a couple missions today. Well, our top priority is always stopping carjacking and catching criminals. And we're happy to report the last 2 days we really haven't had a carjacking since we made several arrests here in the last 3 days. But our other mission, we have two other missions. One is to make sure the phone is working on YouTube. As you know, last Friday we had a little glitch and the phone didn't work. And our final mission is celebrating the end of winter, because if you're not from Minnesota, I gotta tell you, you probably aren't following the weather report, but right now it's 21 degrees. We had our light snowstorm. We have snow on the streets, but tomorrow is the beginning of a 10-day stretch. It's going to be in the 40s for a couple days, and it's actually going to be in the 50s.
Yep. We got a warm week coming up.
3 days in the 50s, and all 3 of those days there will be the low temperature at night will still be above freezing. So we're going to get a ton of melting. And today is the last day for people to get their fish houses off the lakes in Minnesota, at least the southern 2/3 of Minnesota. Actually, yesterday might have been the deadline. But if you got a fish house out there, get it off, because it's going to melt fast. There isn't a lot of ice up in northern Minnesota, but with this type of weather, it's going to melt very, very fast.
Not going to be around for long.
In case you're wondering, we're eastbound on Maryland at Johnson Parkway. You can tell how much nicer the picture is during the daylight. How about that blue sky out there?
It's beautiful.
Just gorgeous. I'm Bob Fletcher. I have the privilege of serving as your Ramsey County Sheriff, and with me is Pat Scott. Pat Scott, Analyst Officer Extraordinaire. What do you got for us today, Pat?
Well, you know, this is I want some folks, this is not a carjacking, but I want some folks to be keeping an eye out for a stolen car that was taken from Atlantic and Bush overnight. And it's a family that really needs the vehicle. and I want you to keep an eye out for it, please. It's probably going to be somewhere on the east side. It is a red 2015 Mitsubishi Outlander, which is a one of the smaller SUVs, and the license plate on it is 0484BA. B as in boy, A as in Adam.
721 East 4th Street.
Hang on a second. Okay.
467, show me road. 367 en route.
Sorry, I was just checking on that address. Red Mitsubishi.
Yep, and the passenger side view mirror is broken and is hanging loose by the wire. So this is going to stand out. Let's help Yvette get her Mitsubishi Outlander back. So if you see this moving, go ahead and give a call to 911. If you see it parked and unoccupied, call the non-emergency number 291-1111. Let's get Yvette her vehicle back.
9273.
What a gorgeous day.
Absolutely.
And it's only 20 some degrees. Wait till it's 40 tomorrow.
Gonna be something. I'm ready for it. I don't know about you. I am ready for warmer weather.
You get to travel hardly at all in the last year with the COVID. Echo Juliet Bravo 937. I want you to know that today I just had carrots and celery for lunch.
You did?
And a little bit of hummus. A little bit of hummus.
303.
I had coffee today.
Ew.
Negative.
Carrots, celery.
When you do, I need two for a detail.
The hard part, though, is my wife, who doesn't go out to lunch often, to be honest with you, was out with friends to lunch at the Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, it's a good spot.
The team for a detail?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a drive, but it's some really good food. And so I told her, you better bring me home a cheesecake, right?
You'd think.
Cheesecake. So we don't often work at 1:44 in the afternoon, so it's 1:44 on a Monday. We'll see what happens. Problem Mike 371.
Search one.
35.
New message. New message. New message.
Copy, searching for you.
Right now, I think as we speak, just in terms of updates for things that could be a factor, we deliver the news without any opinion, but there's a hearing up at the appellate court regarding whether or not to allow the additional charge of a murder 3 added to a murder 2 and a manslaughter 2. You'll probably read more about that in the news.
Clear report.
In another 15 minutes, there'll be a press conference held by the Department of Public Safety on preparations for the trial next week. We have a representative there, our Undersheriff Mike Martin will be representing the Sheriff's Office there in partnership with all the other public safety agencies that are working to ensure everyone is safe, property is protected, and the right to peaceably protest is preserved. So you might see that on the web there. If you got two computers here in the next 15 minutes. How about those Minnesota Wild? What do they want, 6 or 7 straight now?
Unreal.
That's amazing. And I don't know if you saw that last game. I think it was the last one. They scored with 0.3 seconds left.
Really? Was that the game-winning?
Yeah, in overtime. 0.3 seconds left in overtime.
Holy
It was in overtime, and it was an unbelievable play. There was like 4 seconds left. It was dumped in at the blue line. One of the Wild players backhanded it out in the slot, and in overtime they play 3-on-3. Unless you got a penalty, then it's 4-on-3, and then when the penalty gets killed, then it's 4-on-4.
New message.
I think it was 4-on-4 at that moment.
New message.
And they left Dumba unprotected as he slid into the slot. It was an absolutely unbelievable play.
2.0.
Ah, awesome.
Congratulations to the Wild. Well, thanks for joining us. If you are joining us, I guess if you can hear me, you are. On this beautiful sunny Monday. I know a lot of people are at work, but it seems like we have more and more viewers from around the globe that might not actually be at work at this time. So we're on 7th Street, headed westbound. We're on East 7th Street, headed westbound.
Have you noticed that after several arrests last week of some of our more active carjackers, we have gone from several carjackings a day to none over the weekend.
Yeah.
0.
Small number of people committing a large amount of crime. Small number of people.
Makes a difference. Getting them off the street.
Speaking of that, I heard a fact on TV the other day, which I don't know if it's true. Speaking of percentages of the number, because we always say that it's 5 to 10% of the people committing 80% of the crime.
Oh, yeah.
But I heard a fact on TV that I gotta double check, I gotta verify this. 5% of the people in America drink 50% of the alcohol. That's an amazing fact.
It really is.
I forget what the debate was at the time, but 5% drink 50% of the alcohol. This kind of reminds me of the old days too. You know, we worked midnights and afternoons, but remember, you worked days a little bit, or at least the early part of the afternoons, you know?
Yeah, my last 3 years or so I spent on days.
Yeah. I didn't work many days, but this is... I would think I said about one of the few days I worked days, it was great to have the kids wave to you.
Mm-hmm. That was always nice.
With the full hand.
A 5-fingered wave.
5-fingered wave.
And it was, you can, a couple things I always noticed was being able to identify cars more easily. You know, the make and model and color. And very few people who would flee on foot ended up getting away in the daytime.
Yeah. Good point. They lost the cover of darkness. why I told you we need to have a big reflective satellite hovering that can reflect the sun from the other side. When we need it for a pursuit, we just light up
I like that idea.
a mile square area.
I like that idea a lot.
As long as you don't focus it too tight in it, it's like a magnifying glass burning things with it. So. This is an exciting day. Thinking about summer.
Squad to assist on West Coast Heavy. 45. 142.
I was waiting for the other sergeant to respond.
135-142 at 780 Aurora for shots fired. 5 to 7 shots from the south. Heard a vehicle leave right after the shots, unknown if it's related. Got a second caller from Fullon and Avon. 14 shots heard from the east of Fuller and Avon. Heard a vehicle drive off towards the end, unknown if related.
We're going to have to call Rev Spence. He lives right there. See if he can check on it. Call Rev Spence.
Those are the little details that
Calling Rev Gerald Spence.
were added in, like the vehicle heard taken off, and the different callers that lead you to believe it's a legitimate shots fired.
Yes, sir.
Rev Spence,
Older white male wearing black.
you're live on patrol, but I want to let you know there was a shots fired at 780 Aurora and Fuller on your block. If you want to make sure everything's okay there.
I'm on my way.
All right. Check with your lovely wife. Make sure she's okay.
She better be at work.
Call
Okay.
call me if you find out anything from your neighborhood.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye. Bye.
So is that on 3 primarily?
Each 1 year,
I
Perry
switched it to 1 so it wouldn't get jumped.
Okay, I'll go to
wouldn't get jumped.
I'll go to 3. And I'll get it
Yeah, we can leave yours on 1. That's fine. I'll put this on 3. We'll just use yours for there, but no scan.
right.
So, as you know, there's some tension between the East gangs and the West gangs. The West gangs, sometimes referred to as the
going to be reported as soon as the shots fired.
Selby-siders, and the East gangs that are multi-fractional gangs over here in the East, but there's some tension over the gloating and taunting that the West gangs have done about the death of Raymond Hobbs. So we've had tension for the last 3 days. Nothing spilled out, but we've been anticipating some type of retaliatory shooting, even though it was not an adverse gang. It wasn't a West gang that was involved in the shooting. So this could be the beginning of it.
Yeah, some of the taunting going on social media was beyond disturbing. Not going to go into any details on it, but it was quite frankly sickening.
So obviously, if you watch us at nighttime, you know we move pretty quickly after 10 o'clock. But during the daytime at 1:55, there's too much to maneuver around. We have to rely upon the proximity of officers in that area. We just do the job a little differently, maybe looking for cars that are fleeing at a high rate of speed, or we're waiting for a more complete description, see if any witnesses have more that didn't call once the squads get there. But it wouldn't be unusual for a drive-by on that side of town for the suspects to flee to the other side of town.
Correct.
So, what route they go, 3 or 4 different routes. Freeway, probably the top-notch, Cayuga, University Avenue.
Maryland.
We're going to slide up to University here and just follow that over down.
245.
Maryland, yep.
We'll be transporting 1 to 930 Ivy Avenue East.
And if you haven't seen the beautiful Ramsey County Sheriff's Office,
1356.
it's coming up here.
There it is, right in front of us.
Spent a lot of time designing, and it's going to pull over here for a minute. Yeah, it's kind of through the trees, but
It's got a pretty good shot of it.
yeah. The jail's on the back side. Of course, the St. Paul Police Department is at the other end of the parking lot. It's a beautiful building, don't you think?
It really is.
That Wold Architecture. Wold Architecture did the design on that building. They worked hand in hand with us. But I got to tell you, we're putting up some more fencing. It's no secret that different government buildings are securing themselves, just in anticipation of preserving our ability to operate as a law enforcement entity. Capitol will probably have something similar. I got this book. You know, I'm a history buff, you know that.
Oh, yeah.
I got this book. Let's see if I can pull it out. Whenever my son's at hockey or something, I can just sit and read this history. And I'm about a third of the way through it. It's called The Street Where You Live. It's all St. Paul
yeah.
streets.
I've glanced at that book before.
But here's the thing.
134.
I'm
I'm on at the LEC.
I'm about a third of the way through, and I want to get all the way through, and then I've kind of circled streets and stories that are relevant to my brain. You know, everybody will have a different set.
Right.
But it's amazing how many streets were named after farmers that owned the land and then chose to develop the land.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a name almost with every street from a person. And you can flip through there, just the one, you know, the ones that we go through. What's that? Captain William Acker? Is that
Yeah, Acker Street over on the lower part of the north end.
Yeah.
Captain William H. Acker, 1833 to 1962. Holy smokes, he was only 29 years old. Was a bookkeeper by profession, served as the Adjutant General of Minnesota from 1860 to 61, and he was killed in the Battle of Shiloh. And the street is near Oakland Cemetery and was named in 1870 by his brother-in-law, Edmund Rice.
And Edmund Rice was how we got the name of Edmund Street.
Yep.
I don't know, I assume maybe Rice too. But I don't know, that's just like the first page of a 200-page book. I've got to get this. And the thing is, in that book is a discussion about 1909 when they tried to change the street names. Because, you know, people talk about, you know, the drunk Irishman, etc., which of course isn't really fair. When I say people, I mean like Jesse Ventura. But someone did try to change all the street names in 1909. And as a matter of fact, the Pioneer Press
1400.
endorsed the concept of changing the streets. There's
Really?
a story in there. Because that book isn't just about streets, it's about different parks and history. And so they tried to change the names, and they were about to. They had a committee, etc. They wanted it more like Minneapolis, where they made some sense. They wanted it to be A Street, B Street, or at a minimum, the street starts with A, B. And a group of women. There was a group of women that rallied against it.
God bless them.
Yeah.
I like the uniqueness of our street setup
Yeah, that's
myself.
what they said. And they said, well, there's a quote in there, maybe we'll read it later. Essentially, it says, you don't want to give up your history just to make it easier to get around, right?
Well put.
You know, but they said it better than that, you know. So we're at University in Rice, westbound on University. It's 2:01 in the beautiful city of St. Paul. I actually am a little more awake, I think. You know, I don't know. I suppose 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock's always been a prime time for guys like you and me, right?
Absolutely.
135. Got a call, 380 Maxfield, or 380 Victoria, from Maxfield School. Their shots fired near the school. Didn't have any further information.
Maxfield School.
So, is it the same people moving? I'm going to see if we're getting any updates on either of these.
Yeah. Some of you probably are frustrated with our driving slower than on our midnight crew, but it's just that you got to use whatever. Kind of drive according to the environment and the conditions, and use whatever tools are on the tool belt. And right now, it's observation and count on your other officers. Where did I put that book?
I put it right here. Okay, that is all connected.
It is.
Yep. So far, no vehicle seen, just heard. Taking off at a high rate of speed. Oh, now we've got
Squad from 780 Aurora.
dark
The
colored.
color says there was a dark colored SUV leading towards Central, towards Lexington on westbound on Central, occupied many times
Actually,
from
a dark colored Suburban.
Maxfield Elementary area.
Well, that's good.
Information to squads of 424.
Dark colored Suburban. Occupied many times.
Copy.
Well, there you have it. Right out of the chute. I wonder if they found any casings yet. Maybe go over there and help them look for some casings. By the way, it's not unusual, and we don't tell you all the ones that are connected. It's not unusual for us to have several shootings connected through casings. We had a couple recently that were connected, and it was very helpful to know which gun was probably used in which shooting. Because as we've mentioned, the ejector will leave a unique mark on the casing that can be identified as a unique gun that fired those rounds. That's why finding cases, it's another clue in putting the piece together. And sometimes these casings have fingerprints on them, and or DNA, and that's a valuable clue as well. DNA has become one of the most valuable clues we have. In the old days, it was just Pat and I with our little suitcases dusting for prints.
Right. I remember back in the late 80s, mid to late 80s, when police in England first used DNA to solve a murder case. It was an abduction and murder of a young child. I can't remember the title of the book right now, but it occurred in a very relatively small village in England. And every single resident in that village volunteered to give their DNA sample.
That's
to help catch the killer.
That's a good point. Good point. So if you remember your street numbering, you know Dale is 620 west. St. Albans then is 60 numbers higher, so that's 680, and then Grotto is 740. Avon is actually 800, and then Victoria 860. But we're gonna go down Grotto here and come in from the east. A lot of stop signs. Hey, read that one there. Grotto Street. We're taking a left on Grotto Street.
All right. Grotto was a 19th century synonym for cave.
66.
This street in the Summit University area, which is what this south of University used to be referred to, sometimes still is,
Flag down 760.
was named in 1857 in Holcomb's edition because it is said if the street were extended south, it would reach the Mississippi riverbank, very near Fountain Cave, an early city landmark.
Fascinating. And you know,
Copy at 9 West 7th.
that book talks a lot about Fountain Cave, which is apparently an amazing thing, and Fountain Cave and Carver Cave, which Fountain Cave and Carver Cave. So we're gonna go just
66.
back seaters. Keep your eye out for any glistening casings in the street. Should actually be able to see them with all the shots that were fired here.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a lot of shots.
We are going to go straight. Rev's house is down there. We'll see what we got going. Looks like somebody's out of the car though. He said he was talking to someone at 763. Avon, I might have seen something. It is very difficult to know exactly where shots fired are coming from. That's why we have been big advocates for ShotSpotter. ShotSpotter will give us a point that's within 15 meters of the shot. So we'd be able to go to a spot and look 50 feet each way and be able to find them.
Can even tell you how many guns were fired.
And what direction people were traveling while they fired them. There's Rev Spence here. He lives in the neighborhood. Yes, sir, Rev, you're on speaker. You're on speaker there, Rev. Go ahead.
Hey, several neighbors did hear shots fired. It's on the Fuller side of the alley. They heard several shots, so yeah.
So they think the car was on. They think the car was on Fuller or in the alley.
In the alley between Fuller and Central.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. We're gonna go over there. We're just driving by your house right now.
Oh, I just
Yeah, it's okay. We'll go. In the end, do you think it's between Avon and Victoria or Avon and Grotto?
Avon and Grotto.
All right, that's a good. That's a good.
That helps.
That's a good tidbit. But on the central side.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Thanks, Rev.
Yeah.
Talk to you. Bye.
All right.
Bye. Bye. Well, looks like the squads are in the right. Oh yeah, they're looking the alley over. You need any help?
We're just trying to find these casings.
Yeah, I just talked to a guy. He said they thought it was this alley, huh?
Yeah, he gave pretty solid description of where it was.
Yeah. All right. Well, it'd be nice to find one.
Hopefully they find something, right?
Yeah, and then I think they went in a. Did you hear that? A Suburban, huh?
Yeah, this way and then over on Central towards the school.
All right, we'll be in the area.
All right.
Good to see you, Swing. we have it. They got 3 guys walking the alley there, looking for the casings. So, doesn't sound like anybody's hit though.
No,
Which is,
that's a good thing.
that's a great thing. The just question is, were they just taunting him?
Right.
Never good to have shots fired near a school. Well, never good anywhere, but terrifying when it's near a school, right?
No kidding.
I think, is this Maxwell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Maxfield.
Max Field, that's what I mean, yeah. So we're at Victoria and Central. Supposedly the car went this way. But we are going to do a little tour around the school here. Let's make sure. This is what happens in warmer weather, though. Pat and I have been concerned about this warm weather in terms of the increase in shootings. It always accompanies warm weather because potential targets are outside.
Right. And there are some incidents that raise concern for retaliation.
I don't think they locked down the school, but sometimes if there was an active shooter on foot in the area, we definitely would.
Oh, yeah.
Nice to find a few cases. You can turn this one on 1 now, as long as we're here,
Yeah.
huh?
Sounds good. Put this on 3. Imagine them staying in the area, but is that a Suburban?
Is that what in front of us?
Yeah, or is
That
that
one's red.
okay?
It is supposed to be black, right?
Just dark.
Oh,
Looks like they're probably picking kids up.
that's a Tahoe. Get some nice
Tahoe.
tires on that thing.
Yeah.
Just turn our lights on and let everybody know. We're the good guys.
Yeah.
Carol Roosevelt, P. That can speak to a citizen about an unknown issue.
Did this get moved?
5022.
Did it used to be over there?
No, but no.
I'll handle it.
Oh, okay.
But your seat might be able to go back further. I don't know.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Well, see how the paint job came out at the best steakhouse.
4264, can you put me on a PC and a 1411?
It's pretty good, huh? Took good care of that building.
Looks like they got some new signage too.
Yeah, it smells awesome. That's, you know what? That's some good smelling food right there. Like a
Nothing like a steak on the
grill.
On the
Oh
grill.
my goodness, that smells really good. Now this Metro PCS, is this the one that got stuck up?
No, it was the one on East 7th.
East 7th, okay. Nothing like a well taken care of red brick building, huh?
Yeah, it does.
Looks very nice. So if you just joined us, we had a shots fired over here near Aurora and Fuller, actually Fuller and Grotto, ELK. She's in a hurry to get her kids, I think.
Running late.
Well, at Grotto and Fuller in the alley there. Black Suburban was seen leaving the area.
Yeah, we gotta keep moving here. My stomach started rumbling, smelling
started
that
smelling
steak.
that, yeah.
Holy smokes!
So we are northbound on Victoria. That was Sherburne Street, Charles Street, and in the book is the history of all those streets. And this one was for Edmund Rice. Right here, Mr. Edmund Rice. Now, but not everybody in there named them after themselves, but some people, their kids named them.
245.
You can clear this assisted and give us a call on 7th Street.
So,
4467 on the pack.
1417.
I'm just going to put this on 1. Let's take that off scan and put this one on. What am I got the 2 and you got the 3? Is that
Yep.
the plan?
Sounds good.
I'll let this one scan on 2. It's quieter and central. But I was going to say, one of the things that struck me in reading through that book about all these streets, nearly every person that was here that owned farmland and then eventually did development and that the streets are named after,
Okay.
nearly everyone was an immigrant from a European country.
Really?
Yeah. Germany, Ireland. That's what struck me. Not all of them. Some of them were born in America, but tons of them were born in European countries, brought here with their kids, and they came here, and many of them didn't stay here in St. Paul. They moved on to other places.
But they left their legacy
They
with
left
street
their
names.
legacy. Yeah, which I wouldn't be opposed to renaming some of them for people that have left a legacy since then. But it's oh, I know, I forgot to tell you, the driving force behind the changing the names of the streets was the mailman, the postmaster. He didn't want to have to, it got confusing for all the employees where they were going to deliver the mail. They didn't have
Interesting.
They didn't have GPS. He was the initiator of the 1900 attempt to change the name of the streets. But used to deliver the mail like 2 or 3 times a day in the old days. They used to pick up some, go out, pick up some, go out.
Okay, I've gotta share this story.
Okay.
This is from my early days with the San Antonio, Texas Police
Yeah.
Department. Went on there at the tender age of 20 years old. And my goal was to work what was called the Short West Side, just
Okay.
outside of downtown. It was a very busy area. And I got the assignment. I was car 6-2. And I came across a massive street fight going on. And it was at 7th Street, and now you got to wait for it.
Yeah.
I had never seen this particular word written a lot, but
Squad from this
So I-
witnesses said it was a vehicle backfiring.
oh, vehicle backfiring. Okay.
Appears the shots fired or maybe a vehicle backfiring. Good news. But you see how much time and energy it took to investigate and verify that.
Right. And that took up the time of 4 squad cars. So I call quickly
Yeah.
to 7th and Chihuahua. And
It's Chihuahua, right?
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
I had never
Chihuahua.
seen Chihuahua in
That's a good
written
story.
form before.
That's a good story.
And of course, all the Hispanic with me for the rest of my days in San Antonio.
Chihuahua. It's like a Hawaiian street. Oh,
In fact, sometimes when I was on, they would intentionally repeat it. They'd say, I'm going to be out at 7th and Chihuahua.
I know. That's funny. Oh, that's a good story. That's a very good story. At least you know where you were.
Welfare check.
Just didn't know how to pronounce it.
A 10-year-old boy that lives at the address. There's a lot of drugs dealing going on with the address. Child's adopted by grandparents.
Galen Minnehaha here in the middle of Frogtown, about to go north on Dale
Mother
Street.
is May. White female 20, 5'2", average build, right here. Com called safe for the last house on the left next to his house at 1093 Drive.
There's an article in the paper today about a new restaurant out on, I don't know, Hamlin? Did you happen to see that?
Oh, on Snelling.
Is it Snelling and Selby, or where was it?
It's in Mac Groveland.
Yeah. We should check that out sometime.
Yeah. I saw it posted. I've got to look it up.
Yeah.
It was on the Highland Neighbors page.
Oh, that's what it was, yeah. Highland Neighbors page is recommending it. We have to check out it's supposed to, it comes highly recommended. Apparently the head cook or person putting it together came from Chicago and ran a first-class restaurant there.
Well, Melissa Hathaway, thank you for sharing this video to the Highland page.
That's really nice of her.
Yeah.
Really.
Very cool.
And we gotta go eat. We gotta go eat there sometime. Find out what the name of that is.
Hang on here.
Oh, we're going eastbound on Front. Eastbound on Front.
It is.
There's a story about the 3 primary operators.
Yeah, they have some other spots, or at least one other spot.
But the headline was about how it's a comfortable place to eat.
Right.
What's the headline? And that's what caught my eye, because you and I like comfort. What's that say?
New St. Paul restaurant opens to answer the call for comfort, just as winter gets real.
Yeah.
Prime rib sandwiches, sticky toffee pudding, and a serious burger contender. It is Ship's Clubhouse.
Ships, yeah, right?
Yep, right next to their first place, which is Hot Hands Pie and Biscuits.
What's the location?
It is, just says Snelling on Mac Groveland. Hang on a second here. I got to find out exactly where.
I'll probably come in here.
It's inside the former Monkey Temple. If somebody wants to give us the cross street, we'd appreciate it. Oh, unfortunately, we have to go to the LEC.
What's happening?
They're putting some barriers up where my car is.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's what the cones are for.
I didn't, and I thought the cones were
For plowing.
for plowing. The other
Well,
area.
if the cones could talk. We had a bunch of cones in our parking lot today when I pulled in to pick up Pat. Frankly, we weren't sure what they were for. That's why we ran over one. And but now we're finding out they're to make room for the Jersey barriers for the fencing. So we're going to run down. The good news is you're going to see some of our fencing. But we are running down there to... Well, running is maybe too fast, strong of a word. We're on Rice Street, though. We are on Rice Street, coming by Bourne's, Manitoba, and of course, Winnipeg Market here, which is the home of a location of a shooting of Mezzy Ross. Still a sore spot with some of the affiliates.
and was also brought up a lot in a lot of the taunting going on the last few days.
New message. New message.
Chips Clubhouse. That sounds good. It's over there by St. Clair somewhere, but we'll figure that out. Who got a hold of you?
Inspector Titus.
375.
Oh, very good. Must have run your plate. Thank you. Thankfully, it lists to you.
Yeah, really.
375, if you could start for 1726 Ames Place. Com's going to be waiting at Ames and White Bear in a U-Haul. Wants to pick up some belongings and just to get back. He's quite agitated. 1427.
Someone just texted that a Provo, Utah police officer was just shot in the line of duty.
Oh.
First Security 571. First Security 571,
A lot of people work alone out in those wide open. I don't know about Provo, Utah, how many officers they have, etc. But I do know, like the shooting involving that officer up in Wadena, that's pretty remote areas there. You're out there by yourself.
Not a lot of details out on that yet, but it sounds like a very intense situation.
Yeah.
And between Friday and Saturday, an officer in Virginia was fatally shot. And an officer in New Orleans escorting someone out of a sporting event over refusal to wear a mask was shot and killed.
By a friend of his, or by the
guy without the mask.
Oh, for crying out loud! I'm surprised they didn't have metal detection at the door. Maybe they did, and he didn't get that far. The Capitol, the governor is proposing some enhanced security for the Capitol. Number one, a permanent fence. It probably is time for enhanced security out there. And number two, metal detection at the entrances.
Mm-hmm.
We, at the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, we were really the first courthouse, we're the first courthouse in the state of Minnesota for sure. And probably one of the first in the country to actually have metal detection at all the entrances. And it would be nice if people could just come and go from all courthouses, but we put that in after 9/11, and the amount of weapons that we were finding in the metal detection, guns, knives, was absolutely amazing. And you have domestic situations in there where people are mad at each other. You have gang murder trials where people are mad at each other. So it's really helped us, keep control of the environment. And
there's no doubt it saved lives.
And there was, Hennepin County didn't have it at the time. We were the first, and there were elected officials that said, "Oh, we're going overboard," et cetera, et cetera. But everyone now, today, 20 years later, recognizes the value of it. And
135 and 142.
you can imagine how the state capitals are right now. They need to have some metal detection for who's coming into a capital.
Right.
142, going.
And it would be nice if the world wasn't like that, but based upon what we're...
Yep, 103. Need to send you the Central 1345 Western Avenue North on a domestic. Ex broke window into Comp's apartment, says he's inside trashing the place. Comp's about 3 blocks out. Suspect is black male, 23, 5'7", thin build. Threatened to shoot Comp. Comp's not on scene now. Unknown known if male has weapons.
Hopefully the comp stays away.
For JW
Yes.
Jail, his name is Rashad Green, 3270.
So there's a domestic call there in Central District that they're going to use some cars from the Western District. They're just a half mile away. So we're going to pull into the law enforcement center. Law enforcement center, you'll see this fencing here on this side. And we're enhancing some of the fencing in other parts.
42 copies.
By the way, you were right on the money. Chip's Clubhouse, 272 South Snelling, about a block south of St. Clair.
Awesome, thank you. So, it's the back side of our building. That building right in front of you there, that is the jail portion. 6 floors, house up to about 500 people.
345 out and 1432.
Book about 25,000, arrest about 25,000 each year, but only hold. Right now, our numbers are low. We're in the low 200s, and you know, we almost got to get a picture of this. You see those Jersey barriers there in front of us, Pat?
Yep.
Those Jersey barriers were not there when I picked you up, right?
Yep. So
and those Jersey barriers
you know
are
what?
not there.
Why don't I walk over from here?
So you don't get your car. Yeah, we're not going to put. We're not going to. See, we stop progress, right? We got it off pretty quick. We had most of them that read Jim's email. Well, we weren't sure what those cones were for.
Dollar, they're saying she's in the alley behind the house.
Thank you. Thanks for getting a hold of us. So you'll see how fast they move those Jersey barriers. And on top of those Jersey barriers will be some enhanced fencing. As you know, the sheriff's office was not involved. Our sheriff's office here was not involved with what happened in Minneapolis.
367 and 350.
But we are teammates with the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Hutchinson, and if he needs some assistance with booking prisoners, processing them, or defending
350.
his building, we'll, of course, through our mutual
350 and a squad to assist at 991 East Rose. Marked the DOC. Tom says the neighbors were trying to break into his house. All their juveniles. They're in a gray Kia, partial plate of Mike 72. There's a female suspect that looks like a male with long hair wearing a gray sweatshirt. No weapons seen.
Through our mutual assistance agreements, we
350 copy.
we're ready to help as needed.
1434.
And of course, every time you're involved in one of these, you potentially could become a target. So we certainly hope that that doesn't become the case. But preparation, the old Boy Scout motto: be prepared. Be prepared. See if we can find Pot and Pat now. Where'd you send them?
Right there.
I can find them anywhere, but just point.
I think he hit a parking spot.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
All right, good luck tonight.
Thank you. All right, all right, all right. There you go, Sir Patrick.
Thank you, sir.
So 991 Rose. A call over there. Might want to check out a little more detail on your CAD, but it's like someone's breaking in there. And, you know, that little niche there is always pretty busy. One of the reasons that this complex is so important, it's not really a secret, but
Navy 184 Baker Street, lower unit.
In addition to the police departments and the sheriff's office and the jail, etc., this complex also includes all radio communication hubs from the Ramsey County Communication Center. And so there's probably nothing more important. We're just going to show you some of the preparations here. There's probably nothing more important than communications in the midst of a crisis.
Beyond a doubt.
You'll hear a lot of stories about planning, organization, structure, but the reality is most plans deteriorate quickly when there's conflict. But how nimble you are at moving resources and addressing things and getting accurate information, and we have an extremely professional comm center with outstanding individuals, but they need to be able to deliver that service in a safe and reliable way. And in front of us is the St. Paul Police Department there. James Griffin, when I started, I think Pat too, he was the assistant chief.
Yes, he was.
Of the patrol division. And he was a groundbreaker, led the way for many other African-American police officers. Enjoyed his personality. He was a nice man. And at the other end of the complex here, you'll see this is our Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. There's courtrooms in here. Right to my left, there's two courtrooms. People that get arrested, they appear their first court appearances. How's it going? Can you believe this weather? Unbelievable. Tomorrow and the next, we're going to have 10 days of 40-degree weather. Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, well, some people like it in there in the winter, you know.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
But,
I prefer being outside personally.
yeah, but in the summertime, it's not a good place to be. I can look at those bottles of cleaning supplies up in that window up there, Pat. That's our conference room. I gotta get those bottles out of that window. That's not a very good look. Glad we could drive by. What brings you guys here? Somebody in jail? Oh, you too? Oh, sorry about that. What happened? Domestic? Yeah. Oh, well, that's not a good one. Xerox machine or what? We're using a Xerox machine?
Charlie 2.
No comment. There you go.
Long number's 514.
You guys have a good day. God bless.
Case number for execution of search warrant 1530 East Carpenter.
Not sure what you're showing me.
This is
Charlie 2. Your case number
YouTube
is
is showing us up at the best steakhouse.
041620. We'll be out for a while.
Ah. You're so much more adept than I am.
Oh, it happens to me many times. See, YouTube you can watch delayed. I don't know if you can do that on Facebook, but you can go back.
You can't.
You can't. You can watch YouTube like delayed. You can, like, if you're an hour late, you can start it an hour late and then catch up later.
Oh, okay.
It'll still feel like it's live. I think you will see a record number of media outlets in town during the next 6 weeks.
I would imagine.
And here's the, let's just face it, I mean, the media is very important. No one disputes that, but when the media comes to town, every reporter is obligated to generate some type of news story each day, right?
Right.
And so when you got 100 media outlets, they're running around town trying to look for a different angle on what's going on. By the way, this is our detox center, which is within our perimeter now, not necessarily. You okay there, partner?
Yeah. Swallowed my Mountain Dew the wrong way.
Have a Mountain Dew there, buddy. I can change this to 3.
Sure. Where are you on yours?
I'm on 1.
I'll go to 2.
Where am I? You think I can really read those little numbers? That's why I didn't pull up too tight. So we'll brush up on a little more history on some of these streets that, you know, that old history that we know. We know a lot of the contemporary history in the last 60 years, but some of that history from 100 years ago is kind of interesting as well.
It's fascinating.
But you mentioned that grotto went right down to Fountain Cave. That was the angle, which is...
Right.
That Fountain Cave, we got to go down there sometime and find it.
Swift 243,
It's apparently been closed up.
Suspicious. So central or west about the back, Randolph and 35.
Yeah, it's down there.
Caller was southbound 35, passing the Randolph. 2 to 3 people in the overpass threw a large chunk of ice down from the overpass.
Whoa.
Whoa. Not good.
I don't like that. People throwing ice or rocks off overpass. I told you guys about the guy that lost his eye up there in Maplewood on the bridge off over White Bear Avenue, just south of the community center. Never caught the person that threw that rock, and if you have any inkling of who that was, please let us know. Large rock through the windshield, man lost his eye.
528. 528. I'm going to report on that PCN myself, 521 EOT. Yeah, have a good night. 1444.
I didn't know this, but you can apparently share these things on YouTube too. I don't know who you'd share it with, because you don't have friends on YouTube. You have, I suppose, email friends or. Well, if you haven't already, if you haven't shared this Facebook with your friends, this is totally unscheduled, and a lot of people don't know that we were popping on. So if you don't mind sharing this with your friends now. Most of them are be getting out of work in the next hour or so.
Oh, I just hit the share button, and you can apparently share it in a message, in Messenger, on an email, or to a Facebook page.
But how does it? Do you have to put something in?
Yeah, you
Okay.
click wherever you wanted it to go.
Okay.
142, can I get the case number? 142, case number is 041640. 041640. Copy, thank you. You're welcome, 1445. 255. 255.
Assisted, we can take the welfare check and radio.
But that Carver Cave, I remember people talking about it when I was young. That you could actually go in there.
Yeah, be 134 Green Avenue.
That you could take a boat in Carver Cave.
1445.
And there's a picture in that book of the Boy Scouts. Of the Boy Scouts in a boat in Carver Cave.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Very cool.
And now we have people explore sewers through manhole cover.
Partly that was part of my interest. I'm sure that those people with the boots on were cave explorers. And by the way, it's not unusual. All the tunnels that are built in St. Paul, the sandstone tunnels, do eventually lead to the caves under St. Paul. There's an elaborate, very elaborate cave system. I've actually been in it once when I was on the city council. Not to any dangerous points, but an elaborate cave system underneath the city of St. Paul that the city developers use for utilities. But it does lead into other caves down below. Problem is, sometimes the air gets a lot of methane in it. And
Yeah.
you can't really survive in it. People have passed out, fallen in there, and have to be rescued by the firefighters. And that's the primary reason that they've sealed up most of those caves along the river. But you know, the old Tom Sawyer novels that you saw, that was down along, you know, in Missouri there, those same caves exist here in St. Paul. And I often thought, if you ever really found a way to open those up for tourism, blow them up, what a great tourist attraction that
Fascinating.
would be. People would come from miles around just to go and, you know, explore those caves, or you put them on a little trolley and, you know, what's that remind you of, Pat?
Gee, deja vu.
So, yeah, if you could take the natural resources you have. Obviously, the river is awesome. They've had a plan to develop the riverfront forever, but never really got done. But then enhance it with the caves.
That'd be very cool.
Yeah. You look it up yourself. There's pictures online. Carver Cave and Fountain Cave in St. Paul. Both have been sealed up from the outside, but there are still ways to get in there, apparently. You'll notice the call load is a little slower here in the middle of the day, which is good. Usually about 4:30 or so.
Starts picking up.
So damn beautiful out here. I don't know, I'd hate to be one of those. You see that big double bus here's another one here?
I can't imagine trying to drive
Make
one
those
of those
corners in the city streets? Oh my goodness. You gotta have some serious skills.
No kidding.
I almost want to sit here and watch that guy.
345 Sienna 041 635. You're welcome, 1350.
I'm gonna run into the Holiday and get the fountain pop and a treat.
I think I need to run in as well.
Okay.
I need a fresh dew, and they just may, this time of day, have some cheese dogs.
Well, you know, I told you I was eating carrots and celery today. Why did you have to bring that up? Johnson High School ended up turning out that remodeling. I kind of like that look on the Johnson High School.
Yeah. We got to make it up to that Costco convenience store one of these days, too.
And there's the Hy-Vee one. Maybe we can stop at the
Yeah, the Hy-Vee one. That's what I meant.
That's what everybody says. We got to go to the Hy-Vee. I'm just assuming Hy-Vee isn't quite as convenient as Costco because you don't have to have a membership at Hy-Vee, right?
Right.
Right. Oh, you run in real quick, and then I'm going to run in just so we can.
Okay.
Where'd my book go?
Oh, right here.
I can't keep track of that thing. We're at the Holiday over on Arcade. Pat's gonna run in. I might throw a few nuggets of what we're listening for calls. You got your phone with you or your radio?
I'll take my radio.
Take your radio in case a call comes out. You just never know. Yeah. With all the controversy about the Ide Mill Road, I thought that was kind of an interesting history on Ide Mill Road. And apparently there was a grist mill on Ide Mill Road. That's why it was a Ide Mill. In 1860, John Ide, a German immigrant, built a home and a grist mill on what is today Jefferson Avenue, about halfway between Lexington and Victoria. It was the first and only grist mill in the Reserve Township, as that was how it was known in that area of the city. The mill was water powered from a mill pond supplied by Cascade Creek, which ran in a ravine now occupied by Ide Mill Road. In 1879, the railroad purchased the rights to use the gradual grade of the stream bed for their tracks, cutting off the water supply from the mill stream and draining the mill pond. By 1886, the mill property had been divided into lots for a new development. Kind of interesting that there was actually, they got a picture in this book of the grist mill. Actually, it's hand drawn, of course, because prior to many availability for cameras. But you hear all this discussion about Ide Mill Road. And for those of you over in the lower Bates, and we go by Bates and Mariah all the time. Actually, Bates was named, and Mariah is actually Maria Street, I guess, because I'm not sure how they pronounce it. Maria Bates, Dayton, the daughter of Master Bates, a native of Providence, Rhode Island. She was born in about 1811. Anyhow, they named Maria and Bates after her. They were named in 1857. So, just a couple little nuggets there. For today, we'll kind of throw a few more every once in a while. As we drive by some of these locations, that's probably the best time to, mention the different locations. But there's some historical heroes in here. The other thing I didn't know is Cherokee Heights Park used to be a vacation place for people to camp their tents. So before it was officially a park, it was like a campsite. Kind of interesting. And some interesting history of the 3M Corporation over on Bush and Earl there. That's how the Bush Street got its name, from Archibald Bush, who eventually started the Bush Foundation. But we'll kind of hold on to some of these nuggets until we're in the area. We're driving by. Got an interesting history on Cretin. Garrison Keillor made fun of all the streets in St. Paul at one time. An ode to the street system of southwest Minneapolis. Actually saying we wish St. Paul streets were more like Minneapolis. At the end he said, "Be thankful this is not St. Paul. There is no sense to it at all. Where the church, for all its spiritual and temporal powers, permits a jungle of streets named after trees and flowers. Where a Minneapolis person can only look up to the heavens, as driving on 8th Street, he finds himself on 9th Street and then on 7th. Thank you, Garrison, for that recap. Pull up here. Oh, poor lady, I'm trying to get out of her way, but I guess I'm confusing her. All right. I will be back in 1 minute myself. And then we'll be back on live on patrol. Did you get a cheese dog?
Pepper jack and cheddar jack.
Is that yours or mine?
Well, I was letting you decide for yourself.
I'll be right back.
Hey, Pat!
Hey.
We watch you guys all the time. We're like your #1 fans.
Well, thank you.
We do. We watch you religiously all the time.
What are your names?
Thank you very much. What's your name?
Oh, my name's Bob. My daughter Trisha. Yeah, we do. We watch you religiously. The whole family every night.
Thank you
We
very
do
much.
all the time. It's good to see you. Yeah, my daughter Trisha. Yeah, this is such an honor to meet you
We're
guys.
gonna go in for a minute. You want to take a selfie when we get back?
Sure, that'd be great. This really is an honor to be with you guys.
Well, thank you.
Honest to goodness.
Well, we had a couple people who are regular backseaters with us. Found us here.
People should be picking up the garbage. I'm telling you. That's crazy.
On the corner of 7th and Hope, we made their stand. Voices rising up, they had justice in demand. Shout out girls, the name the sheriff gave.
809.
But they took it and owned it.
809.
Fearless and brave.
You put me on that Carpenter call.
They speak for the silence.
Received.
They won't be destroyed. Critics call them hijackers, but they're on a roll with their ding-dong fans and their unbreakable soul. They're the shout-out girls lighting up the night. Voices of the people shining so bright. From hope to YouTube, their message is clear, standing for the truth with no trace of fear. And Bob go by slow as a breeze. Live streaming nonsense, driving with ease. Backseaters watch, cheering Grandpa Patrol. The SOs feel the show taking control. From their second floor perch, they changed the game. Turned shout-out girls into a household name. Now their fans tune in, their voices worldwide. They turn critique into pride with a rebellious stride. They're the shout-out girls lighting up the night. Voices of the people shining so bright. From home to YouTube, their message is clear, standing for the truth with no trace of fear.
Thank you for saying that.
It's a long story, but she used to work. She used to work at the holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Take
care.
Hey. Thank you. You made ours.
You made ours, for real.
Back in the car. I hit our radio, so we didn't miss much. Okay.
Somebody said they'll have their hot dog flat Stanley style.
Someone called us and they missed it. Did you get some type of ring? But well, that was a tough decision between a cheese dog and a pepper dog. Right?
Right.
Tough call.
Charlie 2.
But I went with the pepper.
Charlie 2.
Pepper jack.
I had to go with that.
Just want to clear the aggregate. 800 and other squads will still be out there.
Copy 1503.
Where are they at, you know?
I'm going to take a look.
I think
809, you can clear me in for.
the gang units out there.
809, copy 1503.
Fast. May have been the Rose call.
That's what I was guessing.
Yeah, looks like it.
So we are southbound on Arcade in Maryland. I mentioned this early on, but in the old days there used to be theaters on the east side. And I was born in St. Paul, but my parents moved to Maplewood, just north of the city here up in Lavender. We used to come down and watch movies at the two theaters. One was the Capitol. I think that one was on Payne Avenue. There was another one on Arcade. But those old style theaters, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was before my time here, I think.
yeah, my dad used to bring me to the movies here. I know I saw the Battle of the Bulge. Was it the Battle of the Bulge or was it George Patton? Was George Patton in the Battle of the Bulge? But war movies, used to have war movies. We're talking middle 60s war movies about World War II.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember that, but the movie I remember the most when I was young with my father bringing me down here was, and you got to help me out, you might remember, you might have seen it, it's a classic, The Flame and the Sword, maybe? Google that real quick if you don't mind. It was Burt Lancaster.
And it was a war movie?
No, this one wasn't a war movie. This is A Flame and the Sword. I could be the something in the sword. Burt Lancaster. That's when he was very popular. But it's funny how you remember days like that from over 50 years ago.
The two movies, The Flame and The Arrow.
Yeah, that's it. Flame and the Arrow.
Burt Lancaster and Virginia Mayo.
What year was that?
1950.
Well, it must have been a replay.
It was a re-release.
Back then, they must have showed them all the time, but no. I had to be, 10 years old, so that had to be 65, so 15 years later.
I remember three movies the best from when I was a kid. I remember Bridge on the River Kwai, Dr. Zhivago, and Bullet. I was a little older then, but Bullet was Steve McQueen.
Those were all awesome. Although as a kid, I didn't love Dr. Zhivago.
As a kid, I didn't. I appreciated a whole lot more when I was older for that.
I was going to say something. Bridge on the River Kwai was good. My first drive-in that I remember going to, and I know we went to more, the Maplewood
345, can you change this to a DLC?
Theater was the Maple Leaf Theater. Actually, the Northern Air Hotel is kind of taken up where it was.
345 copy at 1508.
But there was a Maple Leaf Theater. And I'm sure we used to go to other movies there. But maybe back then they didn't just have kids' movies at the theaters.
Squad 355.
But my parents took us to Mutiny on the Bounty.
Oh, yeah.
1412 DeSoto on a residential audible alarm covers interior motion.
Mutiny on the Bounty.
1508.
There was a guy named Fletcher, too, right? Fletcher Christian, wasn't that his name? I think he was the guy that was rebelling against the captain.
Mr. Christian.
Yeah. So, but let me just say, that probably wasn't like a kid's movie. But back then, in those days, your parents would do everything they could to get out and see a movie in the station wagon, right?
Oh, yeah.
And hopefully you'd be asleep in the station wagon, but I stayed up to watch the whole movie. Mutiny on the Bounty.
Marlon Brando.
Oh, yeah. That's right. So we are eastbound on Minnehaha at the intersection of 7th and Mendota.
I just seen a suburban champagne color pass down Cleveland here and Juliet. I'm gonna see if I can catch up to it and just get a play and make a stop.
Happy trying to get to suburban Cleveland and Juliet. 1510.
I still rather go to a movie theater than watch them at home.
Oh, absolutely.
It's hard to find movies that I haven't seen. That's the problem. I did find one last night. Watched.
Squad 457 on channel 3. Checking your status.
Called The Space Between Us.
Okay.
So, I don't think it got too broad a viewing, but regarding Mars
Squad 457.
colonialization and a kid that was born on Mars because his mom was pregnant when she took off, and anyhow when he's 18 they agree to bring him back to Earth.
Squad 457.
That sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah, and he escapes and then discovers Earth, and the one line I think I might use out of that is he walks around and he says to people,
Squad 457
on channel 3.
"What's your favorite thing about Earth?"
457.
Checking your status.
Why, where to begin?
What's their favorite thing about Earth?
Copy 1511.
He's exploring. What's your favorite thing about Earth? There's an actress in that movie that I had never seen before that's outstanding. I think her name was Britt Robinson. And she did a really, really nice job. Kind of made the movie, actually. Because she's an American that he had been communicating with against the orders of his from Mars. And so he looks her up when he gets here. That's all. Like I said, I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say it was
the space between us.
Space between us.
Sounds like a storyline that it's an appealing storyline to me.
Yeah. We are going to drive by the memorial for Raymond Hobbs here. Taking a little different route down here than normal. You can see why some officers like working days.
Was that the party in my accident? Getting sent back to essay?
But Pat and I really would rather be busy, right?
Yeah, we spent most of our time on nights.
345 showing you en route to 2123 Sherwood for recovered property, 1513.
Like there's some new balloons out here at Ray's Memorial. I haven't heard. I'm going to call his mom. I know his mom pretty well and find out when the funeral's going to be, but I don't know if she was going to post on Facebook. How's it going? Good. How's the memorial holding up?
Excellent.
Looks
More
pretty.
panels out there for 'em.
Got some new balloons out there too.
Oh, yeah.
New balloons.
New message.
Should probably get a big piece of plywood out there that people can post stuff on.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'm waiting for the cabins to come in. She can come in Wednesday.
Canvas?
Yeah,
Oh,
canvas.
good. Awesome. Awesome. Now, has Jennifer decided when the funeral's going to be?
Not yet. Still wait and see.
Sad thing. Sad thing. All right, you guys have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
New message. New message.
Someone says there's a Cheers over in Minneapolis.
Oh, really?
So I don't know if this is a chain or... This new Cheers that took place at the Mounds Park Sports Park.
Mm-hmm.
Clear this assisted with comments. Give us the suspicions.
Yeah, the Jackson and Sycamore Street pacified callers did 2 males were fearing to break into a vehicle, black Nissan area. Both were juvenile.
Sycamore and Jackson. Someone trying to break into a vehicle over there on Southern Rice Street. Earl Street. You know we're on Earl Street so much, Pat. We owe it to whoever it is for you to read the definition of Earl Street.
Absolutely.
Earl Street. As we go on these streets, like the big ones. Question: is it his first name? Is it his last name? We're northbound on Earl Street from...
Looking for a spot to break for an assault, 1824 Old Hudson Road, apartment 206, resident punching people, and medics are en route for one of the residents that was punched.
That's that old hotel
Yes,
that we
this
were
is
at.
the suspect. She's Eva, 77-year-old black female wearing scrubs.
Well, we'll head that way in case they need any
347
help.
Morgan Final Go.
I'm sure they can handle that without us. What's it say about Earl Street?
Copy 347, spot to assist.
It was originally East Street
Oh.
in 1857, Got changed in 1872. It is a personal name of an uncertain identity.
Oh.
Copy 345.
Okay.
But at the foot of it, overlooking the railroad tracks along Warner Road, the Burlington Hotel, an ungainly and solitary building,
180, I copy the alarm.
survived for many years. It was the last of the old-time railroad hotels.
Well, that's a street they could call Patrick then. If that's not after anybody in particular.
Yeah.
That could be called Patrick. Sir Earl instead of Sir Patrick. Well, that's interesting. No, nobody for sure. Yeah, there's a picture of that old hotel down below there, and actually I kind of ran down where that one of the caves was. Carver Cave is on this side of the river, but there was a fish hatchery there for many years, you know. That Fish Hatchery Road, under the Fish Hatchery Road explanation, they talk about how they tried to raise salmon here. But so they raised a lot of salmon and they put them into lakes and rivers, but they all died because of the weather. So they were able to raise trout. Apparently they were able to have some trout in our lakes.
Yep, and some of our creeks too.
Yeah. So eventually they closed up the fish hatchery, but it's a good effort. We are eastbound on 3rd, I think, right?
Yep.
Coming past Harding High School. Almost Susan Gertner, County Attorney Susan Gertner. City Council Member Dino Guerin. The Maurer family, don't forget the original Maurer family. The original. Joe Maurer, of course, went to Cretan. But the older relatives were here at Harding. Mr. Maurer coached football there for years. I see the Twins started playing ball down in Fort Myers.
Oh, they did. Spring training's going, huh?
Yeah.
Can you give me my case number over here? Case number is 041-647-041.
I didn't catch all the details. I got a little blurb that there's some talk about making Major League Baseball games 5 to 7 innings long this season.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And the purpose is?
The purpose was unclear.
Keeping people from hanging out together?
I
So long?
suppose.
Maybe they could have double hitters then. Interesting. I'm guessing the historical people are not going to stand for that. So we're southbound on White Bear Avenue. I don't know if I ever told you this, but back when when 94 was Hudson Road, the real Hudson Road, my parents had a terrible accident here. My dad was hospitalized, his head was broken open. It used to be the road that would, I'm not even sure where it was, if Hudson Road and Old Hudson Road were the same, but my parents used to tell me he almost died when this is when they were like 19, 20 years old. Actually, before my dad went to the fight in the
347.
Before he went to fight in the Korean War. So this, I think this is where the call is, right?
Correction, medics are en route for the client who was having behavioral issues, not for anyone that was punched.
1824, I believe so.
1521.
See if is there any emergency requiring our assistance, or else we'll let St. Paul Squad handle the call.
They have the medics coming for the woman who's the issue, but only because of behavioral issues.
Okay. So we don't see any. That wasn't the lady in the wheelchair there. What's it say in the notes there? Anything else going on?
A staff was injured in a minor way and it doesn't want paramedics. Really nothing additional beyond that.
Well, we'll just run in, make sure everybody's
Stick our
okay.
heads in here.
Stick our heads in, make sure everybody's okay.
We'll be right back with you folks.
We'll be back soon since the St. Paul car isn't quite here. You got a radio?
Yep.
I suppose we gotta wear masks. That would be good, huh?
Yep.
345 mile.
There's the squad behind us.
345 on scene 1523.
Okay.
As long as they're right behind us, we'll let them handle the call. Otherwise, the handoff gets more complicated. They're right behind us. We'll lurk here in case they need us. If they call for help, we'll be there. If you need us, we'll be here. Thanks. Is there a siren out there?
Yep, that's probably the medics. Everybody comes in different ways. There is no really right or wrong either. That's No.
the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing about great thing about police work. Everybody's got a different style, and we need that type of variety, both in personalities and.
It somehow all comes together and works.
Different people have different strengths. But we know there's at this location there are mental health issues.
Yes.
So nobody's planning on.
That might be the same name of the woman we dealt with at the convenience store across the way. Remember that a few months back? Who was at the doorway of the gas station across from the Speedway?
Yeah. You're good if you remember the name. The medics. And just for privacy considerations, we're probably going to depart now. We don't really, if anybody's having a crisis, we don't try to expose them to any ridicule. So,
no.
We've got 2 squads here, a medic. The last information sounded like it wasn't an emergency, and they're just that she needed some mental health, medical issues.
That is a skinny roll of paper towels.
Where?
They're carrying there.
Oh, yeah.
Seems a lot of paper towel and toilet paper makers are making their stuff skinnier now and charging the same price.
I'd rather have it skinnier, though. I mean, it is a little bit pricey, but sometimes it doesn't, like the toilet paper doesn't fit in there if it's too big.
I've got an extender. I could put the mega rolls in mine.
Well, but how does it fit into the mount?
I've got there's a little extender that comes
out.
About 693.
Very clever, very clever.
Okay, please do see myself in 683. Thanks, have a good night.
Copy, have a good night.
Somebody made $1 million on that, I bet, huh?
Right.
The extender.
Oh yeah. If only we'd thought of it.
How about the guy that made the microwavable bacon holder?
Yeah, it was a kid, wasn't it?
Yeah, something. I don't know. They made. See, if you can invent something like that, people, you can, just something new that hasn't been changed in 20 years. Microwavable bacon holder. Brilliant. St. Pascal's. A lot of East Siders went there.
350. Squad 350. I'll be out of team riding. At 15.
Pace during the.
And it seems like people are about torn 50-50 between they want us to turn the radio down so they can hear us talk, and they want us to turn it up so they can hear the calls. So we try and do a little bit of a balancing act.
Yeah. Well, we'll try to stop talking when the radio's on. Do our best. Next 10 days are going to be busy, though, just with the warm weather.
Almost definitely.
School's coming back. Most of these schools are going back, though, for the kids to... I mean, I'm not saying all the kids that we're concerned about will go to school, but a lot of them will.
That should ease things up a little bit anyways.
Yeah. We're northbound on White Bear, just past the little Italian oven and the cherry pit. A lot more to look at during the daytime.
Yeah, there is.
A lot more to look at.
And for those of you wondering, the radio is surprisingly quiet right now.
That's, I got mine on 1. What are you on over there?
I am on 2.
Okay, I'll put the scan on this one. Breaker 19.
Squad 135, squad 141.
135, 141.
That'll be in the Western District.
Are you on 2 or 1?
Oh, that's right.
Squad 141.
I don't know. I've got to get something.
They're doing it on Channel 2, though.
Okay.
Squad 355.
Go there. Copy with 135, 754 Concordia Ave, Unit 106 for DOC. Spoken with the property manager, hearing a male and a female yelling inside the apartment.
And suspect is possibly a mutual friend who's inside the building. He's a black male, 17 years old, thin build, 5'10", wearing black jeans.
Bravo 739.
There we go. 2 calls going on at one time. One in the west sector.
1531.
One in the east sector.
Copy, have a good night. 1531.
Where are we headed to in the east there, Pat?
Did you catch who's the street name?
No, it was a stolen, I think, right? up somewhere. Tap that last time and then you can, or that might, yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh. Was it a theft from auto maybe in
135, 161. Call 61.
Maybe that theft.
The original caller called back that everything
yeah.
was fine. You can both be clear.
Yeah, that might be.
61 copy.
Oh.
At 1532. Squad 181, I copy the accident agreement. Simple. 1532.
It's apparently a theft from auto.
Squad 344, checking your status.
4.
Copy.
Well, a lot of people on their way home from work now.
Theft from auto, where the person who they suspect lives in the building.
Oh, they know what it is, or they have an idea.
Yeah.
Wasn't no auto theft, just a show. A lot of cars out here, Pat.
Yeah, there are.
Squad 536. 536. 250 5th Street East for a suspicious. Caller says that 5 to 10 minute delay, an attempted theft. He's a repair person while he was getting something out of the back of a work van. The vehicle stops, the male opened his driver door. The caller was able to scare him off. They left in a red minivan with
347, checking your status.
00 November Mike Bravo. Coming back to a Minneapolis stolen vehicle.
Oh, there's one for us.
Copy. Our code, our
Let's go find that one. That's 5th Street theft. They're in a red minivan that's stolen.
1534.
Now we're talking. We got a target. Stolen minivan down on 5th Street that's involved with. I don't know why.
It is a Chrysler Town and Country.
Okay.
Stolen out of Minneapolis. Plate is 300 NMB.
Okay. And it was downtown, huh?
Yep, at 250 East 5th Street.
So there you go.
He drove off eastbound on 5th Street.
More proof that people aren't just trying to joyride, they're actually using those stolens for more crime.
Pretty hard to find out who a theft suspect is if they committed the crime in a stolen vehicle.
It sounded like he was trying to steal from a commercial vehicle too, huh?
Yeah, he was
so
stealing out of the back of a work van.
Going for some quality stuff. Put it on our new chart. Old chart.
Red Chrysler Town and Country.
300 NMB. Right?
Yep, correct.
We got a good shot at. Actually, just so you know, that's that Amber Alert that you all got yesterday. By the way, last night, and we didn't go on air just because things were evolving relatively fast with that one, and turns out it was someone that knew someone that was related to the person who had the car, and the party had actually dropped the child off shortly after stealing the car.
Okay.
So,
but it's right over here where
right, yeah, but one of our squads ended up spotting the car right here on Prosperity. This is that Amber Alert that went out yesterday from downtown Minneapolis. The car was spotted right here on the east side of St. Paul, 1393. and he had already dropped the child off. But if you ever doubt, the connection, and I haven't examined any of the details, but you do know that 1393 is very, very close to this address here, right?
Yep.
Which is 1390, where we were at. So, don't ever assume that just because you're in your little section of the world that you won't come up with a stolen car. If there's an Amber Alert.
This will be assisted. You can
It takes a team.
on Rose.
Takes a team to come up with that.
Copy 1018 East Rose, 911 open line within 8 meters. Young child heard in the background. 1537.
Red Town Country Van, 300 NMB. If you're listening to us on your phone when you're driving home from downtown, keep an eye out. Stolen van with stolen stuff. I'm glad this weather is breaking. If for no other reason, for the homeless, you know.
Oh, definitely.
It's just a little easier to live in 45, 50 degree weather outside. And most of them, to the city and county's credit, most of them have legitimate shelter indoors now. What do we got there? It's a Jeep. But you know, Chrysler and Jeep are merged, right? Because my son says that the inside of this Durango looks a lot like the inside of Jeeps.
Mm-hmm. Basically going to look the exact same as a Dodge
Caravan.
Caravan, yep.
Yeah.
Sir, 255. N135.
255, we're en route to that assist at 640 Jackson. We read it.
Happy, thank you. 1540.
161, you can cancel.
134-161-774 Concordia, number 302 on a domestic. Male and female arguing, children crying.
61 copy.
124 copy.
1540.
The last day of winter here, officially, even though spring doesn't start till March 21st. The Ramsey County Sheriff's Office is declaring today the last day of winter.
Oh, God bless you.
We don't need no groundhog. What's that Does that groundhog ever stay out? I mean, Jesus Christ, it seems to me he runs and hides back in. He declares 6 more weeks of winter every February. What is it, 2nd?
Yeah.
Well, just wants that. If he wants to prove himself and be totally transparent and accountable, one time he should be staying out.
That gets my vote.
So as we drive, Pat and I are checking all these cars on the street, side streets. We're looking for that red Town and Country van that was stolen on Minneapolis. And obviously, if you had enough officers that had enough time like we do, it'd be tough to get away.
Yeah,
ever.
definitely.
Or if you had license plate readers on the major intersections. What kind of music you playing there? Probably get a copyright infringement for being parked alongside a car playing music.
New message. New message.
This should be a report. I'm EMT.
Well, for those of you that might be new viewers, which I don't know if there are, but if you haven't, our old viewers, if you haven't already shared it with your friends, that'd be great. But we typically are on Friday nights at 9/11. Oh, sure. Did you run that one?
I'm about to.
MCF 719. MCF looked a little bit like that one suspect we're looking for.
New message.
We got a red. Don't know why yet. From Georgia. Probably not. No. Nice.
Squad 279.
279.
Central Squad to assist on the assist medics at 1064 Dale Street North, Unit 5. Medics are going for a 48-year-old male, mental health issue. He's trying to act out, yelling at nursing staff.
So there's a great example. It's a mental health issue. No one disputes that. It's at a facility because he said he's acting out toward medical staff. But it would be great to have a mental health worker go with an officer, but you could never send a mental health worker alone to a call like that.
Absolutely not.
262 officer.
I'll go 279.
Yeah, 243 and 6 there.
I was going to say is that if you're new,
359 EOT.
we have 6 different dispatch frequencies in Ramsey County. 3 of them are in the city of St. Paul, and 3 of them in the suburbs. We try to monitor as best we can, but we are right now patrolling the eastern precinct of St. Paul, and so we're on what's called Channel 3, but we're monitoring as best we can the other 5 channels. The theft downtown was actually in Precinct 2, but we'll slide down there. We get past Payne Avenue, we're actually sliding into Central District. We are southbound on Arcade at 7th Street. Oh, I wonder if our friends are watching this afternoon.
I wonder.
Let's just see. Let's see if the
Shout out girls.
See if the Free Moody group or the what the heck? Oh, the anti-Aaron Rodgers group is up today.
Well,
windows are
windows
closed.
are closed today. Oh, they got the Moody name up there.
There's the Bluebell ice cream truck. One thing I remember when I was little growing up in Maplewood, before we had sewers, you know, the streets didn't have sewer. If they had them, it was like long ways away. Usually it drained into drainage ponds back in those days. But when the snow was melting like this, the water had to go a long way before it got into the ground. I don't know. I don't think we had sewers back then. I'm talking the 50s. Because we had a well for our water. I'm working on your issue. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna get you a court date. What we're gonna do? Get you a new virtual Zoom court date and get that squashed. So that's our plan. If you get stopped, just have them call me. Thanks. Bye. So anyhow, back then we didn't have sewers because we had Maplewood as a new development. But the part I'm remembering is we had streams all over when the snow's melting. So we went out. We had these boats we put in the streams.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It would go a long way with a little wooden boat.
Of
Or a
course.
paper boat, right? And you learned how to make those little paper boats, but...
Yeah, I loved building dams and moats.
Yeah.
It was fun.
But now, it's one disadvantage of having sewers every half a block. The water just runs down the street. You know, maybe this is a good day to do a railroad run down there. What do you think? Because I know you'll probably say, yeah, as soon as we're down there, we'll have a...
Of course we will.
Serious call.
So I'm thinking because we even mentioned it, something's now going to happen that we're going to need to be out here for.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go downtown St. Paul for a few minutes. We haven't been down there today. This is the capital city of Minnesota. And as you can tell, if you're a new viewer, we haven't had much crime, and we like that. But like most criminal activity, it usually occurs under the cover of darkness. Who's this guy? What's he got a sign? What's that say? I'm just gonna tell you, that guy, I've known that guy that guy has been hitchhiking and on the street for 20 plus years.
I wonder if the tattoo on his belly he was showing off was "Give me a ride."
I don't know. We could have stopped. I'm not sure I wanted to know.
Not sure, yeah.
There you go.
That's okay.
I'm not sure I wanted to know.
That's just one of those mysteries I'm okay remaining a
He used to
mystery.
use his thumb to go places, but now he's got a tattoo. We should all feel very lucky for our circumstances. If you're watching this and listening on a phone, you have the resources to have a phone or a computer. Just thank God that you have the resources you have in the midst of this pandemic, because there's a lot of people suffering.
A lot of people going without.
Yep.
Where's that van gonna go?
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know whether he knows he was made. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't go far if they don't know they're made.
Yeah, looking for something else to steal
And
downtown.
there's something commercial, and there's more entire density of commercial targets down here. Well, Pat, you got the phone with you? You want to see if you can take any... A lot of these daytimers might not even know the number. Might be getting some texts. It's tough for us to keep up on the stream of comments, next to impossible. I mean, Pat's really good at going back and looking at them, and I do, and my wife does. My wife actually reads them probably more than me, and lets me know if there's some important ones. She tries to answer. We got about 10 different venues for text and email responses, so our apologies, deeply apologies for not being able to get back to people.
And I'm currently about 1,500 behind in responding to texts, but the number is 651-775-8928. 775-8928. We do not answer the phone. We only respond to texts.
You know, if you can get to them. I mean, you try to get to them, but 1,500 is a little bit.
It's a bit much. But somebody asked what a Bravo car is just now, as I was giving that out. A Bravo car is that refers to their being off duty. They say Bravo, which indicates badge number, and then their badge number, and that signifies that they are an off-duty car. Usually working an off-duty job. Sometimes they're simply off-duty and they've come across a crime or incident going on.
And a Tango, if it's a Tango car, that's a training car. That's someone's being trained by a field training officer. That's usually at the end, like 320 Tango.
Right. And we don't have a set ending time today. This was primarily to make sure that our YouTube feed was up and running properly. So we don't have a set ending time for today.
355.
I'm thinking, as long as the sun's out, I'm going to be out today. You know, I'm going to get a little suntan.
We'll give him our
There you go.
Tom here
Vitamin D.
courtesy
Vitamin
ride
D
to
is good for you.
1434 Palace Avenue.
Venus, 1434 Palace.
New Roads, Louisiana. Well, thanks for being with us. And I guess Jason has a CB handle, Hollywood. Well, hello, Hollywood.
I just want to give a shout out again to, these carjackings we've been working on. We know we got 3 people in jail that were part of the core group of maybe 6 to 10. And I have to say, just because I know everything she's working on, that Sergeant Amber Larson at the St. Paul Police Department has done an unbelievable job. By the way, there is our state capitol. For those of you that I do stop here. I love the building, and we stop at nighttime all the time, but you can see how gorgeous it is. Someone's getting his picture taken in front of it on a ladder or a step. Who knows? It could be a 2-person protest going on up there.
You never know.
You never know. I don't know what the end result of that. Maybe somebody can advise us how that hearing went today. I'm sure the appellate court's not going to make a decision today about adding a 3rd-degree charge. Technically, they're slated for 3 weeks of jury selection. So technically, the appellate court could add that anytime before the 29th of March.
Okay.
Usually they take 6 to 8 weeks for their decision making. And you can see the Supreme Court building right over there. That's the Judicial Center. The Supreme Court actually has a room in the Capitol on the eastern wing up there. But the administrative staff, etc., are all inside this beautiful Judicial Center.
Katie, a railroad run just refers to we've done some, at least one trip along the railroad tracks, and at some point we hope to do a lengthier one, just showing the route of the trains through the city.
Yeah, Katie, it's a whole different world down there where the trains run and the different paths, and a fair number of homeless people down there as well. But it's you start to understand how St. Paul was developed, because clearly it was a railroad town. Although I was reading up on the Ford Bridge. For those of you Highland Parkers,
New message.
the history of the Ford plant in 1920 is a pretty amazing story. This I didn't know, though. In the 1920s, they actually loaded Ford cars up onto barges on the river.
Really?
It wasn't just a railroad delivery. They shipped cars out on barges on the Mississippi River.
No kidding.
In the 1920s. And Ford Parkways had several different names. I forget the first one. I'm not sure, I could look it up. But the second one I remember was Edsel. How would you like to have it called Edsel Parkway?
Start to assist medics 1533 Woodbridge Street, or 2 slumpers and a white Nissan Altima.
A slumper in a car this time of day is always a cause for concern as to it possibly being a drug overdose.
Yep. And like I said, we carry Narcan, so
Yeah, 1558.
get there fast enough, we can generally, if get there within 2 or 3 minutes, we can generally save a person from an overdose death. If you have any relatives that use opioids, heroin, prescription drugs, Percocet, whatever, get yourself some Narcan in case they ever overdose. Usually the cause of the overdose is fentanyl in illicit street drugs. Just have to stress with your children, don't trust any pill, because it can cause death quite quickly.
Very true. From a hospital worker in Vancouver, yeah, I personally do definitely believe in the legend of the full moon causing an increase in activity.
Well, what does the hospital worker say? Because the hospital staff,
they're a firm believer.
They're firm believers. I know that. No, they're firm believers.
Thank you, Andy in London. So, someone is asking if they did a police academy in Florida, if they can come be a police officer in another state. In Minnesota, if you were a licensed certified police officer in another state for, I believe it's a minimum of 2 years, there's the possibility of taking a reciprocity exam to get you licensed in Minnesota. As far as other states, I can't answer that question. Oh, we're being told Edsel was Henry Ford's son.
Bravo 817 EOT.
Interesting.
Have a good night, Bravo 817.
Somebody was asking about adding charges. That was the prosecution's request to add the charges, not the judges. The judges are deciding whether to let them add the charges, but the defense has objected to the late adding of these charges because it changes the manner in which they will defend, and so it's really an issue of timing. We're going to avoid discussing any of the merits or the evidence as it comes out. We will probably take you to areas where there's peaceful protests, because on our patrol, you never know where we're going to path. But we're just going to avoid discussion. If you watched Almanac this weekend, and you can can certainly go back and watch it. The county attorney, John Choi, our Ramsey County attorney, John Choi, talked about some of the evidentiary issues. And there are a lot of other experts that will be willing to weigh in, but it's not really our job. And to be candid, the only 12 people that it really is the job of weighing the evidence is the 12 that are sitting there as a jury.
That's right.
So I always say you have to respect the juror's opinion. They heard every bit of evidence, every bit of argument, and so regardless of which way they vote, they're in the best position
367, copy, 1602.
to come up with what they think is the proper decision. So, but there'll be a lot of pundits, and correct me if I'm wrong, viewers, you can tell Pat, but the last I heard, they were planning to publicize this every day. So that will, and I don't think the jury selection will be publicized. I don't know if the jury selection will be without the pictures of the jurors. I imagine they won't do it at all.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think they'll show the jurors
Hopefully
at all.
not. But I mean, they hopefully won't even have the audio. Just to ensure the jurors' confidentiality. So we are northbound on Rice Street.
About 370 showing you en route to a burglary report, 1346 Arcade Street, 1603.
1346 Arcade. We come over to Rice Street, and there's the arcade call.
Yep. If we were down on the tracks, it would be all over the place. Jim, thank you for being with us, and thanks to your wife for her service as a Winnipeg police dispatcher.
How much snow you got up there in Winnipeg there, Jim?
Yeah, how much?
I went up there for a hockey game once.
And yes, most definitely a concern with a slumper would also be a possible diabetic attack.
I don't know if I told that story. I had that happen once. Rice?
Where the initial thought was it was...
Well, yeah, well, sometimes the initial thought is the person's under the influence, you know, because they're having an attack and they're trying to drive, but they can't.
Right.
So, I followed a young man that I assumed was drunk. I was on Como eastbound, coming up on Rice Street, and I mean, you learn from these lessons. This is when I was younger, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And he was all over the road. I was radioing in that I was following what I believed to be a drunk driver, and he stopped at the light there, eastbound on Como. That's Pennsylvania there, eastbound on Pennsylvania at Rice Street, and then he didn't go when the light turned green. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just figured, well, he's drunk, so I did my best to try to sneak up. You know, sir, you know, figuring a certainty that he was intoxicated because he was all over.
Right. You're the normal first thought.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's your first, second, and third. You know, drugs, alcohol, etc.
4372.
So I attempted to arrest him, and he was fighting with me because
Can you check your message?
Sometimes people do that,
or give us a call
because they don't know where they're at, what's going on. So I was able to get him out of the car, and a short wrestling match ensued. Wasn't a very long wrestling match. I was able to control him.
Right.
But unfortunately, in my arresting him and controlling him, as I'm laying on the ground on top of him, calming him down,
262 will be ordered for
I'm watching the car,
Copy, 1606.
go across Rice Street by itself.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm literally laying on this young man on Pennsylvania Avenue, figuring he's a drunk driver. I arrested him, but unfortunately the car was in gear, and the car is going across Rice Street down Pennsylvania. You know there's a downhill grade there.
Mm-hmm.
Just seeing a color, heard a male and a female
I'm
down the
watching
hall
this
yelling
car thinking,
aggressively. There was a child
please don't hit
crying as
anybody.
well. Possibly in at 305, the color wasn't sure. The
And
color's no longer at scene.
as it turned out, thankfully, it went about 3 blocks and ran up on the side of the boulevard down there and hit no one. And the young man said, I just need a candy bar. It was all about a diabetic reaction. I sent somebody in. I asked, there was a lady sitting next to me watching. I said, can you run into the Holiday and get him a candy bar? Brought him a candy bar.
Everyone, you can cancel 36. I'll go.
3 minutes later, he was fine.
Unreal.
216, sir.
So it's just the moral of the story is
4467.
you never know.
67.
Cancel 36. Don't take a
You
spot.
never know. But thankfully, nothing happened. Nothing
44
happened.
16, sir.
But just, I remember laying there, oh no, because the cars could have come. I was just, where's that car going to?
52, clear 50, good to me, adjust. 2480 Fairview. Well, maybe it's
Advised 177 looking at the
Friday, maybe, huh?
9171.
What?
We have a call for an animal complaint. There's an aggressive German Shepherd in the parking lot chasing people on 1978 Highway 96 with his Dell trophy.
An aggressive German
For
Shepherd.
domestic 1178 Barclay.
1178 Barclay. That's probably our friends from the other night. They were at, they claimed to be at 1180, but that's just too darn close.
That was a bizarre incident.
That last call that we handled the other night, or one of the last ones, they were coming from 1180 Barclay.
Could you please take my off-duty, throw it back in Pennington?
You gotta run over there and just see if it's our friends. What's the odds?
Checking for a slide to break for a domestic 1178 Barclay.
Well, we better just go check.
375 is listed route.
Copy 375. Thank you. Apartment 8. Combs brother is destroying the house. Not physically fighting. Name is Derek Walker, 31-year-old.
That wasn't the driver of the SUV, was it?
No.
16.
That's the most serious call we got right now in the city of St. Paul, though.
Mm-hmm.
But at 410, it's extremely difficult to navigate. Go back and take a look at some of those other.
Can't really get anywhere very fast.
Nope. It's obviously that you drive with a lot more caution during the high volume air times.
385, you can sunset domestic.
I never did look up how St. Paul may have resolved that call that night.
You know, it's kind of funny. We don't actually, it's part of our personalities. We don't feel a need to know how things are resolved because the nature of this business is on to the next
Exactly.
problem. But I know some of the viewers were asking for it, but we don't know if they ever searched the car. We told you the gentleman did not consent to a search of his car. We didn't have probable cause to get in there. So, but they could have developed more probable cause.
283.
Supply the clear says in 7 in dangerous condition, carried out assist.
And for those of you that don't know who we are, like I said, my name is Bob Fletcher. I started with the St. Paul Police Department in 1977 as a young patrolman, work in the Midway District, Frogtown, etc. Eventually worked my way through the ranks, did some number of years of investigations, worked homicides, burglaries, sex crimes, and then headed up the juvenile unit, St. Paul Police Juvenile Unit, which handled 4,000 arrests a year. And while there, I ran for Ramsey County Sheriff and was fortunate enough to get elected sheriff. Pat got a long history. I know a lot of people come on and say, who are these guys? So Pat, tell them a little about yourself.
I spent just over 30 years with St. Paul PD, retired in 2010. Spent all but 5 years of that 30 years I spent on patrol. I spent 5 years in narcotics, 20 years before that in patrol, and 5 years after narcotics in patrol.
Cancel medics.
Yeah, thank you, 1613.
And the sheriff lured me back out of retirement to come on with the sheriff's office, and I'm working right now as a civilian analyst.
There's nothing more valuable than real street experience. People that know people know how to solve crimes.
You can clear both squads, assisted, please.
Pat's got a ton of it, so.
I'm blessed to have made a lot of wonderful friendships and built relationships within the community while I was on the job. We had a lot more time, a lot more downtime during a shift to develop those relationships.
Yeah.
In those years. Yeah. Unfortunately, now officers are too often going from call to call to call.
And even if you're not hearing a lot of hot calls, so to speak, that require emergency response, there's a lot of calls that require reports being made, and that can tie up an officer's time.
And that's why you've heard several times today the dispatcher asking for somebody who can break to make one of these calls. Because everybody's tied up on report calls or calls they have to advise on, situations they have to resolve.
Medical issues, mental health issues. There's an Arizona plate right in front of us.
Oh yeah. Right now there are quite a few calls in the pending queue.
So all we ask for the new viewers that maybe not listened to us before, just be respectful of others.
5183 medical.
Be kind. 5188. There's no reason for derogatoriness. If we get text to the text phone about people that are just abusive, we will block people. Or just, if you don't like what you're hearing or seeing, just turn it off. Go to a different venue. Our goal here is to just show people what police officers do day in, day out, the calls that they're responding to and going to, realize that they're actually humans. And, Pat and I believe that we're not that unusual in terms of, well, maybe, I don't know, there's some people that believe we're unusual. But in general, and we're just trying to be transparent and show you what's on the street. And obviously those of you, this is our 103rd broadcast.
4531 and 960.
You can get all of the original broadcasts on our Facebook page on Live on Patrol, and you can get all back to number 38 on YouTube. And there's going to be some boring stuff, some exciting stuff, but hopefully it's all educational.
4431,
it's all educational. It is, what you see is what you get. I mean, there's no...
We've said that so many times. The way you hear us talking, the way you hear us acting, the way you see us doing things is exactly the same way we do it when we're not live.
Yeah. The only thing I'll say is I've been able to control some occasional profanity better since the beginning. Because, you know, once in a while when you hear shots fired or when something happens, you're in the middle of a chase. So I've done a little better job of not using any profanity. So don't you think I'm doing better?
Amazing.
And I used to tell my kids there's no reason you can't control your mouth, so you got to take that extra millisecond to control it. So,
but no doubt that there's a no, that's not it.
That's a good spot though. We're still looking for that red Town and Country van, 300 NMB or NLB? NMB.
4467 clear GOA.
Just be nice to each other in the comments. That's all we asked. We do at the sheriff's office, we're not opposed to chasing suspects. We do weigh all the factors, but clearly if they've been involved in some form of assault or other crimes, that raises the likelihood that we'll pursue. We've called several off, though. Pat and I have been in several chases we called off, or we lost them because we didn't want to drive unsafe. But we've also been a part of several successful ones.
Medics are requesting a status still staged.
Excuse me.
I think that camera's, I mean, the pretty good today, huh?
I think so, too.
The sun is so beautiful out there. Pat's allergic to something in my car. We're not sure what it is. There might be a cheese dog underneath his seat that's been there for 6 months. I'm immune to it, but Pat might not be.
It might have living things, living organisms growing on it.
I don't think it's mace, but I have heard of stories of angry boyfriends putting mace into the vents of a car, you know, like where the intake is.
Yep.
So,
are you saying you have an angry boyfriend?
No, but I mean, just
I know,
you know, people that are in the middle of a domestic problem,
right?
You know,
that's not unheard of.
624 Summit number 9, or UFC. Comp is landlord, female tenant, in the process of being evicted, yelling, being aggressive at comp. Name is Burrill Light. White female 28.
Yeah, we are in the grumpy old men. We are in the grumpy old men district over there off of Hyacinth where the movie was filmed. So I guess I could have thrown an old fish under your seat too.
That's always a possibility.
Yeah, just an old fish.
Yeah.
I think we would both smell that though.
617 Evans.
I think so.
041-78.
That's the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension we just passed. It's a beautiful building. That's where I meant to go that way. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension does several statewide investigations, a lot of times narcotics. They also have a unit that investigates all officer-involved shootings now. And of course, with the number of officer-involved shootings increasing, they've been very, very busy. So, we're going to turn around here. That's not our suspect, is it? It sure looks like him, doesn't it? It sure does.
No.
How's it going?
44 today. Clear report.
That guy kind of looks like Snoop Dogg, huh?
Kind of does.
Yeah. Anyhow, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension's headed right now by Superintendent Drew Evans. He does an awesome job. In the crime lab, they have a state-of-the-art crime lab, one of the best in the nation there as well. A variety of other functions, but statewide investigations, narcotics investigations, officer involved shooting investigation, and then really their expertise is in their crime lab services. That building is there and on a beautiful expansion because of then Senator Randy Kelly. Senator Randy Kelly helped that thing get built. Well, there is no 1180, so it must be the same address where this other one was.
Oh,
This
that's
one's-
right.
See if we can see either of those cars in the back. 5BG. What was that one plate that had like a 5B? Oh, no, it's not on there.
I did not have time to check this
No,
too.
it's all right.
Being current.
We weren't sure how long we were going to be out here anyhow. It's not the taco truck, is it? Oh, it's the bookmobile.
163.
That's cool. They got the bookmobile over here.
Awesome program.
Just wanted to verify the
James
address.
Lake Community Center, Neighborhood Community Center.
624 Summit, number 9.
Awesome job.
Copy.
Library staff. There's no plate on that car. I don't know if anybody steals a Buick anymore compared to what we're all stealing, but have a chat with them. What is that, a LeSabre or what is that kind
I think it's a LeSabre. Maybe a Park Avenue.
You're the car guy.
Maybe a Park Avenue. Definitely a Buick.
A little different than a. Oh, he's got a yellow tag though.
Okay.
A yellow tag up there in the corner. We just got to tell them they got all new. They should, by now, nobody should have yellow tags. Oh. Saber. How's it going? How's that LeSabre driving? How's that Buick drive? Huh? How many miles you got on that? Those things last forever.
367.
Well, turn it on. Does it say on there?
Expired in October.
Who's that? Who's that with you there?
4496.
Do you know this? That temporary tag expired last October.
No, to deploy animal control. 630, you calling me?
I'm not going to run it, but that's a long time.
Affirmative. Area check 7th and Newcomb
Yeah.
for dangerous.
Well, nobody was as nice as we are, though, right?
Buick, westbound on 7th.
No,
And
we're not
latest
supposed to.
117 Papa Golf Echo ran a red light.
There you have it, the friendly neighborhood guys. That's right. Uncover UC. All right, well, huh? You're good. Have a good one. You were good until I saw those jeans. What is that, a rhinestone cowboy or what? Let me see those. Bring those over here. Holy mackerel, those are shiny. I like them.
Yeah, go to Trendsetters and BP.
Trendsetters, yeah.
They get you a little nice coat, the Warriors coat. You feel me?
Yeah, the coat's beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's a gorgeous
Awesome.
coat. That's your sister, you said?
Mm-hmm.
How are you?
Hi.
I'm Bob. This is Pat.
Did y'all have on different shirts or something? Or y'all was wearing those? You had that hidden?
Some days we just change it. Whatever's clean.
Hey,
Whatever's clean, that's what we take.
You nice.
Well, thanks for saying that.
So are you guys.
Yeah, you are too. Yeah, I used to have a little Sabre. Those things last forever. It's like the car that never stops. Those Buicks.
Yeah, my car got towed. They plowed my shit in.
You love it all.
They came and towed it. I'm carless in my brother's shit.
Too much to get out?
I mean, not really, but it wasn't moving before it got towed. So I would have got it out, had to get it towed all the way to my house, then still
Turning erratic.
and I could just buy a new car, spend $1,000 on a car. So
Yeah. Isn't it a beautiful day? You know, right now it's 24 degrees, but you know what? Starting tomorrow, it's going to be 40 plus.
I thought we just was finna have a snowstorm.
We had it. That was it this morning.
Oh, that was weak.
That was it. But it's gonna be 40 plus, and 3 days is gonna be 50 degrees or higher. Can you believe that?
Y'all be
You
smart.
good? Have a good day, you guys.
See you guys.
I got a new line. You all be smooth. I'm always trying to be a trendsetter. My kid taught me that deuce thing, like when you're going to Dubai, deuce. My 15-year-old.
What do we wear? Whatever's clean. that was kind of smooth.
Well, it's easy to be smooth when you're being truthful. Oh.
279.
279.
Can you change our call to a PIC, please?
Cavity 1628.
Well, I hope they don't tow any cars. I hope they don't do a snow emergency now, knowing it's going to be 40 degrees tomorrow.
2363. We'll replace
Right?
65 on this call.
Should probably give Sheriff Hutchinson a call.
See what's going on over on the other side of the river.
2265, sir.
Down at the range.
You know, I'm looking forward to the day that everybody's vaccinated, or enough of us, and we can get some return to normalcy, aren't you?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Some return to
That'd be
normalcy.
very nice.
I really can't wait.
Me either.
And if you haven't, if you just got home or you're tuning in, if you haven't shared this with your Facebook friends, please do, just because a lot of them aren't used to us just coming on suddenly. We're not used to it, right?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, I've been watching that Lincoln. I told you I've been watching the Lincoln story, right? 4-part series on CNN.
Mm-hmm.
I watched I don't know if it's 4. I watched the 3rd part last night. It's definitely worth the watch. And it's right when he takes office, the first month, and then shortly thereafter, these states are seceding from the Union. And they go over his inaugural speech, which for me, it's interesting. I love history, of course. But he took a train from Springfield all the way to D.C. and he traveled the northern states. The only southern one that he was going to be close to was Baltimore. And apparently there was rumors there was a group going to try to kill him in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
So he snuck on a late night train, disguised himself, and made it to D.C. with bypassing Baltimore.
Huh.
But there really wasn't Secret Service. He had one bodyguard. You think about it back then.
Yeah,
What a difference it was. But there was honor amongst politicians at that time. I mean, Stephen Douglas, who he had run against, Lincoln was looking for some place to put his hat while he was speaking.
Mm-hmm.
And Douglas stood up and offered to hold his hat for him. I mean, it was a concession that, hey, I'm here to help.
Right.
And
2363. Clear,
it's a different time
Yep.
in terms of politics.
I just finished a 4-part
showing you en route to 2197.
documentary on Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh yeah, I love that stuff.
I have a newfound appreciation and respect for. I think he's unrecognized as perhaps one of our greatest presidents. So many of the things he did.
That was a tough era. Fill those shoes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Reconstruction.
347.
Change this to a civil to 2, please. Be clear with 345.
I do have to say though that
1632.
every time I watch a documentary of the era, the atrocities of slavery,
yes,
become more striking. And
New message.
I struggle with those atrocities that this country was involved in.
2552.
Yeah, that isn't the main part of the thing, but there's a lot of experts in that field.
Well, that was one of the coolest things about him in my mind was that, the Klan came into being shortly after the end of the Civil War, and Grant essentially declared war on the Klan.
Awesome.
And when he died, I can't remember who was next in line as president, completely dropped all of that and let everything go back to basically the way it had been before.
Interesting.
Had Grant lived, had we kept troops down there,
like the bill, White versus
that movement would have been suppressed.
Yep.
Good to know. We got 2 of those cards.
I wasn't paying attention.
My phone's dead.
Yours is dead too?
Yeah. Out?
Mine is completely out.
I'm gonna stop at. I'm gonna get a 3rd cord at the speedway up here. Just keep yours plugged in. You're fine.
You have somewhere to plug it in?
Yeah, I got plenty of plugs like this one here. I got like what is that? Is that oh, that's the.
Okay, we've got the one that hooks up direct to the car.
Well, that too, but this is another one right here.
Okay, I'll sort that out.
Here, this is my Olight. Just to put that in there. The Olight charger. By the way, for those of you that are wanting mental lights, it is an Olight. What's the smaller version?
The Javelot Pro. Javelot Pro. And Olight is one word, O, and then light, L-I-G-H-T.
360,
Cedar Street. Right now I'm picking up. This is the main lobby, the landline.
We're at northbound on White Bear Avenue, coming up on Larpenteur. For those of you just getting home from work, welcome to Live on Patrol. An afternoon edition. We were testing out our equipment that failed the other night, but we're also here to announce the end of winter, March 1st, 2021.
And that is by declaration of the Ramsey County Sheriff.
There we have it. And normally it would be March 21st, but because it's the year 2021, it's ending on March 1st. How's that for logic?
I personally like that logic.
Going to be 40 degrees the next 10 days. 50 degrees, 3 of them. You okay staying here?
Yeah, I will catch up on some of these text messages.
Very good. Very good. I'll be right back with a 3rd cord.
So yeah, as of right now, we plan on being back Friday night. If something big happens, we may have a spontaneous one that you'll get notifications on if you have liked the Live on Patrol Facebook page or are a subscriber to the YouTube. Rutherford B. Hayes. Thank you, Beth. That was the president who followed Grant and set this country way back. Yep, we agree. Full moon brings them out.
Take me off the cab.
Copy.
Piece of trivia. The bodyguard for Lincoln was Pinkerton.
Both reporting similar incidents, saying male and female were physically fighting. One of the parties has said that the parties are separated now. Male was walking westbound on Hatch. Female was northbound down.
262 finishing comment.
So that domestic call is a long ways off from us.
383.
Can you log me on so I can try and log back in?
360.
Oh, thanks, Adam. Okay, for YouTube, say like, share, and turn on that little
161 taking a hit and run /CVP at Lexington.
that little bell for notifications. That little bell symbol. Dave from the east side, thanks for being with us. Fort Myers, Florida. Former Rice Streeter is watching us. Thank you for being with us.
2364.
Well, someone says we're so funny, never a dull moment. Thanks for making me laugh. Well, I appreciate that. We both appreciate that. We're never quite sure if we're really funny or if we just think we're
Maryland
funny.
at Walgreens. Staff is calling about 5 black females. 25 years old. They're attempting to walk out with several items.
A woman knocking on people's windows asking for help. Looks like she was running from someone, was crying. 30-year-old white female. Red.
Somebody asked if we have body cams. I'm a civilian employee. No, I don't wear a body camera. When Bob is in uniform, he does.
We found a bunch of wood on the trail and left one confronted by the caller. The Black Ford Expedition with Wisconsin Police. Alpha Charlie Bravo.
Brian in upstate New York, thanks for joining with
Unknown
us.
direction of travel from County Road I.
And yep, we spotted that red minivan at those apartments we were at. That was not the one we were looking for. Thank you for pointing that out, though.
107 Mount Erie Street.
Hey, Butch.
Advising 1639.
385 showing in route to 61 and Burns for a dangerous.
Someone mentions they did not get the notification on YouTube. That may be your phone, because I personally did get the notification.
Episode and is taking over the house since last Friday. Crisis responded today, but the subject wouldn't open the door for him. The caller has a temporary protection in place.
Broomall, Pennsylvania. Hello. Joe in Sanford. Hello.
2123 Sherwood for covered property.
Regarding those sheriff's hoodies, we're working on a vendor for those. The last vendor we had is too busy making masks. So when those are available, we will let you know.
364.
364 from me out to admin, please. 15.
It's like Bob ran into a couple fans, and now that battery's getting low, but it's still got 20%.
Well, that was nice. A couple viewers that were there that stopped by to say hi.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Very nice. We appreciate that. Appreciate the positive vibes and feedback and friendship. That's been the hardest part, trying to get our heads wrapped around how nice people are, right? I mean,
kind of confirms what we knew.
Yeah, but now the numbers of people that are saying hi, that's just... All right, so yours is charging?
Mine is charging.
I'm going to put this one on mine. So that is a dead one.
And there is absolutely no way, we apologize, for us to send personal messages to anyone when we're going live. You're just going to have to watch for the notifications, folks.
Well, we can maybe do a warning that later in the day, but with our jobs, we just don't know when that's going to take place.
Right.
So I'm standing there buying this cord to get our phone plugged up, and this Reese's Big Cup is staring me in the face.
I think I'm a bad influence.
And I had to make up for the carrots and celery.
And Mark, when we were chatting to that Buick, we did see the red minivan. That was not the one we were looking for. Thank you for keeping an eye out, though. And we are working on getting a signal booster.
We didn't buffer it all today, did we?
No. Regarding the focus on the camera, that's the first we've heard of that. We're watching it, or I'm watching it live also, and it's been crystal clear all day.
So the day shift is going home. 4:45.
1159 Minnehaha on a COA. Medics are en route.
Have a good night.
Yeah, we have one of our followers who actually did a genealogy and is actually a descendant of Ulysses S. Grant. That is very cool. Well, this kind of ties in with me especially, maybe you a little bit, but Skip in Tulsa is a retired police officer. He says we're ruining his retirement. He says he didn't miss the job at all until he started watching us, and now he wants back in. Well, Skip,
that's a good thing. Thank you. Thanks for your service.
Thank you for, definitely.
But it is kind of funny. You remember I mentioned to you the other day when I was gone for 3 or 4 years. For the first 2 years, I just forced my brain to disengage.
350 report.
And you enjoy part of that, the disengagement.
Yeah.
You know. And then after a couple years of disengagement, you just say, what the heck am I doing with my life?
Right.
So we get it, Skip. We get it.
Absolutely.
347.
Right now you're hearing the dispatcher check out all the cars that are going home.
Copy. Anyone else?
Make sure everybody's safe before they go home. Most of them are hovering around their precinct stations waiting for it to be cleared, and then they'll go in and store all their stuff, put all their equipment away. It's a lot more complicated now than when Pat and I are, because we had a shotgun locked in the trunk, but now there's semi-automatic weapons that need to be brought inside. Just more time to store all the equipment safely. But like we said, 4:30 is the time that things usually start picking up. So by 6 o'clock, though, you can kind of sort out who is the rush hour traffic and who are the troublemakers.
Right. You know, my biggest adjustment when I retired was not being...
What? Hey, wave to those guys.
Can we go around the corner?
Sure.
Yeah, we'll follow. Yeah, follow us.
I'm advising 911 hang up in the area, 873 Woodbridge. Kids hurt in the background. 1647.
Gentlemen would like us to pull around the corner, which we certainly aren't opposed to doing. Assuming he needs us no ill harm.
I just talked to the caller. She is still on scene there. She's going to be parked down the hall, down close to...
371 and I was glad to assist. 1350 Maryland, apartment 303 on the domestic. Comp's father is threatening to kill the comp. Father lived across the hall. His name is James Burrill. Comp is uncooperative and hung up.
371 copy.
I called it just in the...
Depending on how this goes, be ready with that.
Copy. Building appears secured. We're not seeing anyone. 370 is report.
Copy 370.
So we're going to stop here, and the gentleman would like to have a word with us.
26 10th Street West, condos, that's called in DOT, unknown subject.
Case number 041-709.
Second floor.
Hopefully he's not mad at us.
1648.
I'm going to stay in our car for a little bit here, just to assume good intent.
622.
622.
I'll be behind the apartment building with 938 Tango Hotel.
Ah, you're not that old. Don't be lying.
This call.
You look great.
You
look great.
Copy the plate and I copy code 4.
And then I got COVID.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Well, now you're probably immune. What do you got there?
Two things. One, when I left my house on Minnehaha and Clarence,
Yep.
I came across a rainy. Some guy comes about 60, makes a U-turn, comes back the other way, wipes out the sign of an expedition.
Oh.
I called it in, but she said, well, we'll let him know.
So what do you got? Is that got the plate?
This is GOA. We're going to head down to that.
Is that PCE?
PGE.
PGE? It's a Buick Maroon?
Yeah, on the left corner panel.
What's this one here?
That's the one he hit, Chevy Equinox, I think.
But you did report it.
Yeah, I was following it. I don't know how he didn't hit something. He's going 80, just crazy in and out of traffic.
You were following him? Where did you last see him?
Arcade and about Hope. And
it's a maroon Buick.
Yeah, the left quarter panel's got gray primer on it.
And is it like a car, like a LeSabre or parked?
Two black wheels. I think it was two. One in the passenger seat you couldn't see him. The other one is just.
Well, this too.
Well, you got it. You got it. I want to take a picture of this. Well, we're gonna go look for that car.
Oh, well, I don't know. I've been carrying this stuff around in my truck. I was Stone Challenge investigation.
Yeah.
I got 3 brand new uniform jackets, no patches, $299. And I thought I drove by one at Dorothy Day when they.
Yep.
I don't know. I got these people. They probably throw them away.
No, at Dorothy Day they would use them.
They're in the back of my car.
They would use them.
You get someone patches that could get off, but I mean, they still got the tags on.
Well, they'll wear them. They'll wear them for. I mean, you want us to give them to the homeless?
Yeah.
Is that what you want to do? Okay, I'll get them, and then thank you for that. We can get them. Those. If it's a good jacket, we'd be glad to do that. Yeah. No. Those blower jackets you guys wear are great.
4438, 4448.
You did.
4438. 4442.
Oh, this is very cool. This gentleman has some
Grandview, 911.
very warm winter jackets he wants to donate for the homeless.
Get it. Squad brought earlier on a welfare check about parties possibly drinking.
622.
622.
4430, coming.
They're available PEO to come to that location.
42 copy.
Any PEOs on channel 2?
That's a 42, I'll go.
Thanks, sir. 42 copy, thanks.
Oh, I gotta get the.
Squad 690.
Hang on.
Thank you.
I'll make. Oh yeah, I'll put it there. Thank you very much, Scott.
Squad 690 on channel 2.
Thank you.
1820.
1820, the other car, go ahead. 4th and Earl. Just there on the coast guard.
West. I can have West check their channel to see if he can come over after he's done with the principal.
Glad to start for 4th and Earl.
I'll go to 1 and see if I can.
365, we're en route.
365's en route.
Thank you.
Victor, 03.
We'll go find that car for you too.
Cabby 16.
Copy, they're up with 3.
No, you know us. We're looking for something to look for all the time. So you did us a favor. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Very kind. Very nice, huh?
Yeah, very nice.
Got some nice jackets there from Talon Investigations that for the homeless. That is very nice. Thank you very much, sir. It was nice of you to think of us.
832.
832.
Yeah, how cool is that?
That's really nice.
I'm sorry, Idaho.
We're gonna go look for that. Put that on our list to look for the Burrill Buick. Yep.
And we'll take one more if someone's close. We're gonna do an article check real quick.
Assisting medics at Wendy's, 255 Maryland for a slumper and a Navy.
What channel are you on there?
3.
Copy, I've got 365 en route. Did you need another one?
279, I copy.
Yeah, that'll work.
Crazy.
Let's check that out.
376 and all that. 4th and Earl.
4th and Earl.
376, copy.
Well, it was very nice of Talon Investigations.
Copy.
Fourth that vehicle.
We'll make sure a couple homeless people get those coats here this weekend. There's a nice coats.
832, checking your status, rate code 4.
We're good. This party here's got a girl from this pistol war.
Started off as a traffic stop, so
4th and Earl.
apparently thinks somebody tossed something.
206.
Squad 206.
Create a call for HQ. Just an assist call. There'll be a gentleman waiting up front when there's a squad available. If they can meet with them. He's looking for a ride down to Winter Safe Space.
Last night that you'll absolutely have to be at Winter Safe Space because, like you said, but still nice to be inside. But big cold tonight.
264.
I'm only able to update comments. If you can just throw in a comment.
For those of you that aren't from Minnesota, I'm not saying we're going to get some more snow by declaring winter over here, because we have a state high school hockey tournament that usually runs the first or second weekend in March. This year it's been pushed back. And doggone it, if we don't get a major snowstorm every week of the high school hockey tournament,
without fail,
I'll be shocked. And so here's the other thing you need to know. We have received 22 inches of snow in one day in April here in Minnesota. So it could be 50, 60 degrees in March, and all of a sudden April might dump 2 feet of snow on us.
No, that's all. My birthday is April 13th, and it's always a coin toss. It can be 80 degrees, or it can be a raging blizzard on my birthday.
The only question that remains unanswered on those April snowstorms is this. This is the toughest decision a human being has to make in Minnesota. Do you shovel it, or do you let it melt? And I'm definitely in the let it melt category.
Oh, I'm definitely in the let it melt
It
category.
can be 2 feet of snow on April 22nd, which if you go back, check 1982, you'll see there was. But it's gonna melt.
Right.
Well, there's one. Well, it's a Honda Odyssey, though.
Yep.
Not a Lincoln Town car.
Or Town and Country.
Town and Country. It did, however, not have any plates. Did you see that, right?
I did notice that.
And it was in a little bit of a hurry, right?
A little bit of a hurry.
So for those of you that have been watching since 1:30, you'll see that things will just gradually pick up. We can turn the heat up 5 degrees now.
I would be very cool with that.
As soon as that sun gets below the trees, you can just feel a little bit of crispness coming.
Might have something in the window.
What's your peek at this guy as we drive by?
Yep, got a 21 day. I'll tell him.
Just tell him to slow down a little bit too.
Okay, meet you there.
Hey, when did they give you some notice on when you're getting your plates?
No, sir, they just told me that on the way until they come in mail.
Okay. Slow her down just a little bit, though, okay? All right, have a good one.
Copy harassment. Phone call request.
Forrest Gump Street. Now, if I said this was named after Forrest Gump, would anybody believe me?
No one in the world.
No one would believe it.
Yeah, 1659.
But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Forrest Gump Street in that little place with the shrimp boat down in Mississippi that he wanted to visit his buddy at.
Hey, speaking of Forrest, do you remember that that show with the troop that was protecting the fort? What was the name of that called?
The name of that what?
Show. There was a TV show where they were.
Oh, F Troop.
F Troop. F Troop. And there was an actor in there named Forrest.
Forrest Whitaker.
Forrest Whitaker, right?
No. Forrest Whitaker's the new guy. Forrest Tucker.
Forrest Tucker.
Yep.
Now here's the question. Trivia question. How do you spell Forrest when it's Forrest Tucker?
I think it's a monarch.
Well, see, you got to check it right now.
All right.
Because this is how I remember how to spell Forrest the Street.
513 on channel 1.
Forrest Tucker, he was the sergeant in F Troop, right?
Yep. Two R's.
And I used to live over here off of Forrest, and I used to write 2 R's, and I said, what the heck am I thinking? I'm thinking of Forrest Tucker. So now I know it's not Forrest Tucker's 2 R's, it's 1 R, right?
Right.
So, there you have it. Forrest Tucker with 2 R's.
1015 Edgerton for recovered bike at 1702.
I suppose we could just... That's weird, huh?
Yeah. I have no idea why that happened.
I think it continued though, right?
Looks like it. The feed suddenly stopped for one reason, and we have no idea why. So we had to restart it.
I don't know. Maybe it's quiet enough. There's no need to restart it.
She says she sees you right now and she's waving her hand in the air. She's coming to the front.
Copy. Tell her to stay in the front. I'll come up there.
Sorry about that.
Did you see the squads back at
Squad
4th?
206.
The squad's what?
Oh, we're on 4th. 4th and
I'm told 29's looking for a phone call now.
Well, we can go over there. I was figuring they probably got that. Stop over there.
Thank you, 1704.
Say hi to the gang unit anyhow.
Clear over here.
Is it still?
If you go now.
I'm trusting my life with you. It's a bright sun there, so it's tough to see around some of these corners.
New message. New message.
So, maroon Buick.
287, we're going to clear the house.
New message.
Copy that. Do you want the ear?
Negative.
Copy that. Clearing the house. 1705.
Somebody's going to jail. Apparently someone's going to jail.
2364.
Supposedly the officer said they had some warrants on them.
6-1.
Police Western Sister 448. County Road J for a medical. 55-year-old female, conscious breathing, fault.
6-4, copy, only cause.
726.
What's going on, real police? What's going on? Little gross misdemeanor warrant or what?
What's happening?
368, copy the lockout.
Oh, you forgot a firearm? Good work.
Nice.
Good work.
One year
Good
old
work.
locked inside of a vehicle.
Good work. What association we got going here? Either way? I mean, east or west?
I think you just, I don't know.
That one looks familiar. Were they down by the memorial or not?
No.
No?
We just happened to see a car that a U-turn. That's it. Nothing
But
crazy.
you guys are good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you.
181.
Can you change the address to 651 Sherburne, please?
So they got a gun.
651, copy.
Person 98, Talisman Curve. Have a ceasefire for
Work,
an
huh?
player
Yeah.
alarm.
Gang and gun unit does some really good work.
Yeah.
Bravo 35, I just arrived at COB here for off duty and I have a patient, one in an ambulance. Can you start medics? 51-year-old male, conscious breathing. His chief complaint is an infection in his foot. 287. Copy, scene
287.
Affirmative. Male,
Well, that is about most serious thing
you want to
we've seen today, right?
Yeah, it is.
That's about it.
That's frozen.
Well, I think what we should do, Patrick, I think we should
4431, 4421.
log off for 10 minutes,
Okay.
maybe longer. I'll tell you what, we are going to log off till 5:30. All right, we're going to be back at 5:30. 22 minutes of break. You can get a little dinner. If something happens before then, we got to make a few business. I have to make a few business calls, make sure the department is running, and we'll be back at 5:30.
We'll see you at 5:30, folks.
5:30.
Finishing up for the gunner round.
264, can I get some ECN over here?
264, are you looking for the
original with ECN?
It's going to be 038482.
Right.
You're welcome, 1733.
Case number, please.
533, case number is 041744. 041744.
533, thank you.
You're welcome, 1734.
$23.50, 188.
Is it YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
Copy 165, start
5188.
Charles Avenue downstairs.
$186,
Compass not on scene. 15-year-old son choking wife. Has a knife in his hand. Has several mental health
Charles.
issues. That is declined to be treated, but says he transferred to hospital for mental health. Squad to assist.
183.
Copy 183.
Ooh, that's bright out.
Well, welcome back to Live on Patrol at 5:30. Sort of an extended afternoon edition. We were with you from 1:30 to 5:30 or 5:15. Wasn't much going on here in the city of St. Paul on March 1st.
364.
If you were with us earlier, you know that we're celebrating the end of winter.
Start me in admin case number regions. I'm around on there.
End of winter. It's 24 degrees right now at 5:36 in St. Paul, but tomorrow it's going to be over 40, and we got 10-day stretch of 40 to 50 in the 50s. So all this snow will be melting. So we're declaring an end to winter here in St. Paul. Now, that doesn't mean we won't get a big snowstorm in April, but
165, 183. The son is Rodney Oliver.
we're rooting to put our snow blowers away.
5'9".
Indeed.
Medium build, black hoodie, dark pants. Cop cannot see his knife is still in hand.
There were a couple of things that happened while we were off, though. A off-duty officer at the U.S. Bank downtown took someone into custody who was carrying a gun. and there was a report of a couple cars getting off 94 downtown by the Dorothy Day Center who were shooting at each other out of their cars. A silver Jaguar and a silver Acura headed into downtown.
We're still looking for that red Town and Country van 300 NMB that was trying to steal stuff. Stolen van out of Minneapolis.
Black County. You can let me know as well arriving with A3. 622 go.
Van Buren McCubbin with Foxtrot, Juliet Echo 163.
Van Buren McCubbin 1738.
Can you call the contact?
We'll get to the sun out of your faces here in a minute. We're just kind of headed west on University.
The entrance to the house is on the west side.
What's the address on Charles there, Pat?
1470.
Son does know that police are being called, maybe verbally aggressive. I'll get a call back to see how we can get in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we confirm the address as well?
Copy that.
One seven seven. Send me the hit and run.
So things are starting to pick up, but pretty slow for those last 3 or 4 hours, which was good. It's a beautiful day.
Copy that.
Gorgeous day, actually. Can't wait till tomorrow. 40 plus degrees.
178, we're code 4.
178, code 4.
50 degrees here this weekend. Can you believe it?
Unreal.
Just want to say that saying from 1980. Do you believe in miracles? Time you get through this winter here.
165, we made contact. An officer going to the base. Supposed to be downstairs.
27. Last button.
287 at Foxtrot Delta Bravo 945 to my call.
Is this on one?
It's on one, but it's scanning. So you might pick up some other stuff.
206. Squad 206.
Shut the scan off. If
You just put me out at region on a PCM, please.
you want to.
Yeah, I'm on 2.
Copy 1740.
Well, assuming those officers have that child with a knife call handled.
Squad 622, are you 1012?
Affirmative.
Copy, you see the 89 on Tom Dixon.
Alright, copy. That's not going to be the RO. Thank you.
Go from 1741.
Well, that sun was bright. Now my eyes got to readjust a little bit.
I know it.
So we're not sure how much longer we're going to work tonight. We've been out here since 1:30, and we'll be back with you on Friday. But we did want to just try it out and see how, make sure the equipment was working.
267. 267.
New plane Alpha Tango call 346.
Copy, medic 1741.
Please, because this is a new time, please share this with your friends, if you wouldn't mind. that 130, just let you guys shared it
Man,
over
what's the
500
address over there?
times. So if you wouldn't mind, because
Walking there right now.
they might not know it's back on. So
874 Marion.
we're outside Willard's. Looks like some good conversation going on there. We don't want to interrupt that.
Bravo 488 DOT.
New message. New message.
Copy, have a good night. 1742.
Bike traffic was cleared. Something nice about people getting home from work and going out to relax, right?
Indeed.
New message.
How are you?
New message.
Oh. So we are on Thomas Avenue, westbound on Thomas.
Check the first letter break for 7th and Mounds. Massachusetts medics on a man down.
Westbound on Thomas.
Clear by and send it.
7360.
It's an area both Bob and I
In
worked
the
for
median.
a large part of our careers.
Yeah.
1744.
I was just thinking.
35, you can send us that AMA.
All the old
Or block out.
35 copy.
calls on this street. And a lot of, I'm sure we were to every other house here at some point.
Darn near.
267. I'll be tagging one of the drivers involved. Go for it.
You know, the worst call. I mean, there's a lot of bad calls.
Copy, 1744.
But I remember a couple of houses here where you go to a middle of the night, working midnights, and
270 on 1.
somebody's father
270 on 1.
gets up to go to the bathroom and dies of a heart attack.
Traffic, Como Stella, with a white Dodge Durango dealer plate, 135520.
You come there and you want to be helpful at the same time. It's just the emotion and the chaos of people, of that sudden loss in the middle of the night.
Durango, 13552 Delta.
It's a terrible call.
13552 Delta, copy that.
You're praying for the medics to get there as fast as they can, because you can only do so much, and then after that you're praying for the chaplain to get there as fast. Clergy, you know, because you're there with the family while they're experiencing their loss.
They are much appreciated and not nearly recognized enough for the chaplains with the
Absolutely.
police department.
Good point. And they help. And of late, they've been there to support the officers in their individual post-traumatic stress that they've experienced. You know, but they always do a great job with the families, and they relieve us of. What's that car there? Not the right plate. A Highlander. That's a Highlander. How'd I do? That's a Highlander.
New message.
So let's, Pat and I we want to compliment our chaplains today and our radio dispatchers for all the great work that they do. And we try to throw compliments as often as possible. because, you know, because it's the right thing to do. But it so happens to be that today, I'm sure you saw this in the news. If you hadn't, you better look it up. Today is World Compliment Day. Well, every citizen should compliment each other. And backseaters, this is your chance to demonstrate your kindness by complimenting somebody else on this thread, or that you know is there for their, because you know a lot about each other. Let's throw some compliments around on this thread.
And I'll start it off. You've seemed in an exceptionally cheerful mood today, and you're looking rather dapper.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, but you're the one. You look. I've told you this before. You look a lot better than me because you watch what you eat. You take good care of yourself. You don't smoke cigarettes. Oh, never mind.
Hey, stop. I don't think one of those things was true.
But let me just say, I enjoy your personality.
Thank you.
And you're easy to ride around with, and hang out with.
Likewise.
You're a smart cop too that knows how to connect the dots. And
it actually has made me wish a few times that we had worked together, you know, as partners.
Yeah. Well, we each had unique partners too.
Oh, we really did.
Finnegan, Beeson, a little bit with Young Hands I worked. You had Flaherty for the most part.
Flaherty, Tom Arnold, Mike Carter, Mike Drews.
Yeah. Carter was a classic. By the way, your old partner, just for those of you that are wondering, if you watched the Wild game the other night, Ryan Carter, who played many years with the NHL, was actually Mike Carter's son that Pat is talking about, that worked with Pat, and now he's doing play-by-play or a little broadcasting with the Wild organization.
That's very cool.
And does a very nice job. And White Bear Lake, high school graduate, winner of the Stanley Cup as well. And he was kind enough to bring the actual Stanley Cup to the White Bear Sports Center.
Nice.
So the kids could see and touch and get to meet him. So, and I remember when he was born, it seems like yesterday, when Mike was working the streets, you know, the old beat office.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's played in the NHL. He's moved on to broadcasting. It just seems like it was yesterday, Pat.
Oh, doesn't it? You know, they were that beat crew were actually some of the first in the country to document because there was a lot of fairly high quantity street level drug dealing going on then.
Yeah.
And they were some of the first in the country to set up in surveillance spots with video cameras and video it, the deals, as evidence.
Yeah, you're right.
And led to a lot of very significant convictions of some of the gangs that
22.
were invading St. Paul.
Squad 182.
They were clever. Some might say sneaky. Literally hiding in bushes. I think they actually had a bush costume. With the video camera. It is a small town.
Yeah, the 1110 Larpenter Avenue West, Walgreens.
Someone's walking
Grand
out.
Theft Report. 1751.
No way.
Squad 818.
Squad 818.
So we got a little sunlight left, which is a pleasure for Pat and I.
Is info for West Bus, area of Minnehaha and Chatsworth. There is a silver 4-door Ford Explorer older, boxier, no plates on it, driving extremely erratic in the area. We lost it in the area of Chatsworth and Minnehaha about a minute ago. We were not pursuing it, just observed its driving behavior.
Which way was it? What kind of car was it?
Traffic on the area, Minnehaha and Chatsworth. Silver, four-door, boxy, older model Ford Explorer, no plates, driving erratic. 1752.
It's not that one. I just went that way, is it? It's not
No.
an Explorer?
Nope.
The front one? Okay.
No.
Okay.
Hey, Reverend. Yes, we are. Oh, I'm sorry. It ended up being a truck that was backfiring. You bet. Sorry I didn't get back to you. All right, sir.
Check those messages Pat on the phone there and see if anybody complimented each other there.
Oh, there was a lot of it going on.
Okay. World Compliment Day. That's important. Some nice flags there. We get the Minnesota flag. What's that, the Navy's?
Navy
US?
Seabees.
Navy, must be
The predecessors of the SEALs. Yeah.
must be some
Or wait a minute, Seabees.
recruitment.
Seabees were the construction arm of the Navy.
27 case number, please. Three.
533.
I was reading from Garrison Keeler while you were in there
Sorry,
too.
can I get my case number one more time, please?
That's the other thing. You
Hey,
missed,
case number 041744.
I'm sorry, say that again, sir?
While you were in the bathroom, while you were in the holiday, I was reading from Garrison
You're welcome,
Keeler
1754.
about streets. That's in the book too.
287, your case number 041755.
Lisa, we love Lloyd's Pharmacy.
Oh,
And Lisa works
You're
there
welcome.
and is watching us.
well, Lisa, so I go way back with Lloyd's Pharmacy, actually, to when Lloyd was there, and we sold it to. There was two guys working there. Doug, if you remember Doug, ever heard of him? Doug was one of the pharmacists. He passed away at a very young age. And then the guy that bought it from Lloyd, Lisa, you can help us out, but it'll come to me. Just a wonderful, wonderful guy that he owned it then until I think the recent owner bought it a few years back.
So let us know, Lisa.
Let us know who that. And there was a woman that worked there. Doug, a woman, and this. They were all just great people. Because I went to Hamlin, and then I lived in that area for many years after there. So that was the primary pharmacy. And of course, it burned down. Sadly, I was there when it was boarded up, and it wasn't burned down. And the next day, it was, even though it was boarded up, it was burned down.
That's sad.
Let's see if you can catch his name. Or she might not remember the old operators before it transferred. Well, Pat and I are hoping we'll see a bunch of kids out in the next couple weeks that we can engage with. Most of them have been inside in this cold weather. But on the weekends, we like to have a little conversation.
Somebody just asked in relation to our last night out was, Bob, are you saying that hypothetically winter's over?
Exactly. That was a classic, that conversation.
Yes, it was.
Love that guy. Some guys can just tell a story. He was one of them.
163. We'll take one of your 911.
Yeah, he could.
You know what was interesting about him? I could tell he was raised by a mom that
Copy. 1500 block of Grand Avenue. 911 hang up.
took the time to. There were some phrases that he used to show that he was pretty well educated. You know. Now he said, like, mind you, you know, and So let me get to the point. You know, he was a good storyteller.
Squad 181.
Squad 181.
My father-in-law, Carl Whitey England, who has passed now, was a great storyteller and led a fascinating
Yeah,
life.
the Victoria and St. Anthony Avenue for vehicle accident, 2 vehicles, 1 blocking.
But it was kind of a standing joke that if Whitey told you, let me make a long story short.
Yeah, it's still going to be long.
It was time to sit down, put your feet up, and settle in, because you were going to be listening for a while.
So we are by the Al Hassan Mosque.
Bravo 251 EOT.
One of the 2 prominent mosques in the Midway, this in the
Yeah,
Dawa.
good night. 1758.
Can I get her case number?
Put those up, huh?
Yeah.
165. Case number is 041.
There's a silver.
763.
Is that an Explorer? Or I think it is.
041 763.
It could be a topo. I gotta see the tail lights. We're in the right area. I think it's a boxy silver Explorer. Wonder if he's gonna start driving crazy. Clear
Well,
right.
I'll catch him for you.
Two
287.
I'm with 267 at 874 variant in relation.
What channel are you on over there?
2.
So for those of you that just joined us or aren't familiar with us because of the time change, this is Live on Patrol. My name is Bob Fletcher. I have the pleasure of serving as your Ramsey County Sheriff here in Ramsey County, which is the county that encompasses the capital city of St. Paul, Minnesota. With me is my partner, Pat Scott, longtime veteran St. Paul police officer, but currently serving as an analyst with the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office.
New
And
message.
nobody knows
New
these
message.
streets better than Pat. He and I worked them since 1977 and 78. But now we're with the Sheriff's Office. So if you're joining us, thank you. We'll be on for a couple more hours. I wouldn't mind if you please shared this with your friends, just so we can get that share count up. Make sure people know we're on. Normally we're on at Fridays at 9/11, but today we decided to test out some equipment and also declare winter over. We're like the Vulcans. We're like the Vulcans of the winter.
Here at downtown Beach, so they can start St. Joseph.
Tom Barrett,
72
my
10th Street West.
my favorite winter carnival guy of all time, Tom Barrett, just got back celebrating his birthday down in Florida. I'm getting jealous, Tom. All those pictures of you at Naples, Key West, on the boat. What the heck? Golfing. Come on back here. Come on back to the cold. You're a Vulcan. You gotta close out winter, and today's the day, Vulcan. In fact, Tommy, if you're listening, Tom Barrett, call us up right now. We want to hear the official end of summer is here from Volcanus Rex himself.
Well, this ended up being a Mercury Mountaineer, which is the Mercury equivalent.
He's outside the ER. He's going to be wearing a brown jacket.
Okay.
You're arguing too.
The comp is at 1574 still up.
There's something at 2 in the ER.
Yeah, thank you.
Then clicked over to
287. 287.
But they're driving normally. It's a name we're familiar with, but we have no reason to stop them.
Clear now. We can back 279. Or she can just clear all together and we'll take that call and we're done.
Copy that. 279, stay clear.
Alright, I'm going to turn my scans off. I'm on 3. There's 1 here.
279, you can keep me on it.
2. Okay.
Copy.
It's hard monitoring 6 frequencies at once.
Squad 818.
It does get interesting.
We located that Ford Explorer in front of 1073 Blair. We got a PO and around here. Looking for it.
You found it at 1070 Blair.
Copy. Do you want a case number for it?
It's on the wrong channel, but that's okay.
Affirmative.
Copy.
Yeah, 818 is running out here.
Copy. Is it occupied?
Just by 2 dogs, unfortunately.
Woof! Woof! In the old days,
Copy that. I have plugged in. Do you know which DEOs are out today? I can send them a call as well.
in the old days, we used to get on the radio and make a funny woof woof, but now everybody takes it too seriously.
Right.
So we don't get to do that.
I just got one question to ask.
Yeah.
Who didn't let the dogs out?
Yeah. Exactly. Yep. One of the things I was thinking about, people ask me what's changed, you know, and when we worked University Avenue
1804
between Dale and Victoria, there was a lot of street prostitution.
Yes, there was.
Young ladies that were walking the street.
1804.
No, we're talking back in the late 70s, early 80s. But, of course, there was the Faust Theater for nude dancing, and then there was the Belmont across the street. But from there to Victoria, there was a fair amount of street prostitution, which for the most part, you know, prostitutes walking the street doesn't exist, right?
Right.
And let me just say, as long as I'm on this, because I know it's one of my wife's favorite movies, Pretty Woman, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with the movie?
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't like that.
No.
Can we just say that? No.
Nothing at all.
Nothing
like
at all
Pretty
like
Woman.
Pretty Woman. But, but obviously Julie Roberts, of course, is an outstanding actress, and who wouldn't like, was it Richard Gere?
Richard Gere.
Richard Gere. Who wouldn't like those two in any movie together, right?
Right.
But the favorite, the best actor in that whole movie, I'm not saying I ever watched it or anything, but the best actor in the whole movie is that hotel maitre d', right?
Oh, yeah, Hector Elizondo.
Hector Elizondo.
Hector Elizondo's a great.
That guy is classy. Every show he's in, he's good.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Every show he's in, he's good. So anyhow, the point is that, you know, some of those TV shows glamorize it, but it was a rough life for those young ladies that were quite often beaten up by their pimps.
Oh, yeah.
And you remember Kim Flemino used to work out there? Her pimp, Johnny Phipps, was out there. And it's just, of course, Candy, and there was a team, black and white team.
What was her name?
I don't know. But then Harvey Joseph's sister was out there, Vanessa.
Mm-hmm.
Vanessa. This is a tough life out on those streets, and you know, we would arrest them, take them to jail, and a couple days later they'd be back out there. And you know, thankfully since then there are organizations like Breaking Free that help these young ladies. That was in the 70s and 80s where there wasn't the resources to get them out of prostitution. But you know, like Jerry Vick worked closely with the Breaking Free organization.
Oh, yeah.
And help these young ladies find the new path. And so it's just, it was a devastating life cycle, and it quite often wasn't just their lives, it was the lives of their children.
Yep.
And you know, remember Debbie Lipke? There's another one. these are all adults that I'm mentioning, and her boyfriend, Matthew Granville Taylor. Yeah. So these, the reason we remember these names is they left an impact on us because we were trying to help the young women get off the streets. Well, let's see what this is. Hang on a second. Hold on. Hello?
385.
Hang on 1 second. Hang on. I got to get you on the speaker. Hold on there. Is this Tom Barrett, Volcanus Rex, calling from Florida?
You got the live and in person from us. How you doing, Sheriff?
Good. And are you back or are you still down there?
We are. I'm looking out at green grass. Well, it's actually a little dark now, but trust me, the grass is green here and temperatures are still about the 80s. So I'll bring some of that warmth home. But we're sitting at the airport waiting to head north.
Oh, you are. Are you in Naples or Fort Myers Airport?
Right now, no, actually in Tampa, but we traveled a pretty good chunk of the state.
Yeah.
Now, since I'm telling everybody I'm not home in beautiful Ramsey County, I trust you'll send some of the squads by the house to make sure nobody messes.
I will do that. Well, you left your well-built sons there to protect the house anyhow.
Yes. Right? Oh, yeah, true. But
hey,
you never know.
But listen, today this is the end of winter here. And what year were you Volcanus Rex?
I was fortunate to be in 2004 when we had the Ice Palace and the All-Star hockey game with the NHL came to town. Yeah, it was a great time. And nothing, of course, compared to the 86 Palace that your dad helped build.
Well, you came back. You made a comeback tonight, Sir Patrick. Clear right. Clear right. So
that was an honor tonight, Tim, and hopefully he's still calling at clear right for you. I don't know.
Absolutely. The count of clear right is on the case.
Oh, I love it, Patrick.
It was an honor, Tom. Thank you.
Well, the boys, we got together, and it's like we watch you guys, and of course we support everything you do, but it's just like, what kind of a title do we get this guy? Hey, he's the count of clear right.
Perfect.
It's perfect.
Well, Tommy, you're one of the nicest men we know, and today's World Compliment Day. We just wanted to tell you thank you for being such a kind-hearted person. And
well, Bob, it's guys like you that we kind of follow your lead. I don't know about Pat, but it's definitely you, Bob.
Well, it's nice of you to say that, but seriously speaking, when you're coming home in the next 24 hours?
Oh, yeah, we'll be home tonight.
Oh, because here's the thing. Tomorrow, if you've been watching the weather up here, it's going to be in the 40s tomorrow, and then it's going to be 3 50-degree days this weekend. So it's only fitting. It's only fitting that the Volcanus Rex is coming back into town to bring us the warm weather.
Well, I'll take all the credit, you know that, but it was a group,
Yeah.
But we will bring the warmth and sunny blue skies.
Yeah. So how old are you now? I thought it was your birthday.
Oh, night. You're gonna go right there. What was that Beatles song? When I'm 64. So yeah. 64.
All right. Well, that's good. You're still young.
Well, I got a whole young at heart, and I had the time of my life down here driving a Bentley convertible a friend had down here in Naples. That was just. You did? Okay.
And Wanda was willing to put up with you no matter what.
She was in the back seat, but she put up and enjoyed our trip. So it was a memorable birthday, one of those bucket list things.
Yeah. So
good for you.
Well,
are you guys being safe? I hope all's good.
All's quiet up here right now. Right now, Pat and I got them surrounded.
Are you talking about City Hall? No, never mind. We won't go there.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I love it. Well, good to hear your voice, and glad to know you're keeping track of where I am, no matter if it's in Foot or up in Ramsey County.
All right, well, thanks. And listen, if you run into Tom Brady in the airport there, say hi to him for me.
I will certainly do that, but I don't think he's flying coach.
Okay.
All right.
All right. See you later.
Tell you guys. Thank you.
Have a safe flight, Tom.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh.
Good man, top notch.
Yeah, he is.
You know, you get those people that are just always kind to everybody, and you just gotta really appreciate those guys. There aren't too many people that can be kind to everyone all the time.
Indeed.
You know. God bless you, Tommy Barrett.
Yeah, I had the great honor of getting knighted by Tommy and the rest of the Vulcans as Count of the Clear Right, Master of Analysis.
Yep. Well,
161.
What St. Paul boy wouldn't love that honor?
Some computer issues weren't clear. The prior address advised, and we'll take that 911 on ground.
30. What do we got there?
163.
Matt, it was Bob's dad who was in on the ice castle. Not mine.
I worked for the Corps of Engineers, and they invited him to help being one of the project engineer coordinators to oversee the project, review the designs, and make sure there was, you know, a check and balance on all the engineering so no one would get hurt, and that the records would be achieved.
287, we're code 4 for medic.
Got it.
So I'm just thinking, Pat, that someday when they have electric self-drive cars, when we're really old,
Yeah.
we could just tell the car where to drive from our houses.
Yeah.
Put the camera there.
Yeah. We'll sit around having some snacks.
Yeah, it wouldn't be quite the same.
No, that wouldn't be us.
Like
we got to be out
like
here.
that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. What's your
161.
Citizen?
Can you take us off that 911 call? We'll still be heading to it, and then log us out of there so I can restart the computer.
Copy that. 183, go ahead.
Well, thank you if you've just joined us. We appreciate it. If you haven't had a chance to share this with your friends, it's an unusual time for us. Things will start picking up here soon.
Bravo 368.
What else do I got to add? That,
Bravo 368.
oh, wow, what happened in the last couple days?
Can I get medic to 422?
Hopefully those two primary carjackers that we arrested in the last week, they're juveniles. They'll be kept in custody. As you read in the paper, one of them had 20 previous arrests, but the justice system just sometimes fails.
And the lack of carjackings in St. Paul and Ramsey County over the weekend are testament to the fact that when you get the violent offenders incarcerated, it makes a big difference.
So, Pat, I don't know, can you Google, we got notified during the break that there was a school shooting down in Arkansas. And I just want to get the facts on what has happened down there. Those of you might be seeing it on the national news.
It sounds like it was a one-on-one situation where a student was shot and killed by another student, and the shooter is in custody.
Well, we're just gonna comment a little bit. We try to stay out of pure politics, but if it's public safety politics, of course, we're not afraid to weigh into that. As you know, our thoughts on ShotSpotter and the cuts in the police department. But it's time probably to open up the conversation. And the third issue is, of course, the juvenile justice system. How we can make sure kids get the help. It isn't about justice for the victim, although that's a part of it. It's about justice for the long haul, for the perpetrator to get corrected, and for society to avoid having to put up with it. But I want to talk about school shootings because I've been concerned about this. We've been under a COVID rule for a long time, but schools are going back later on this month. And as you know, Minneapolis and St. Paul have gotten rid of their school resource officers.
Great, 7, I copy. Looks like in pending there's a DKP at 422. Are they aware of that? Is FD aware of that one?
I'm taking a look here what's going on here.
So the elimination
Bravo
of
328.
let me turn that down here. This elimination of school resource officers on both sides of the river is going to put children at greater risk than when we had them there. And we know the politics of why they wanted to get rid of officers, but it's time to revisit that decision, because nobody's in a better position to stop an assault, a shooting, a mass shooting than the school resource officer. And I'm very concerned that removal of SROs is going to put people at risk. So we're going back in March. We got April and May, which are going to be always busy months. People get a little anxious toward the end of the year, and I don't know if we'll be able to convince the policymakers to make that change. But if it doesn't happen for April and May of this year, we should be revisited for September of next year. There's a lot of good quality police officers, Toy Vixavong and in St. Paul, that relate to kids and can connect with them. And this fear of somehow police presence being a negative while in some corners it's there, it's completely outweighed by the additional safety that comes to children by having the officer there. So thanks for letting me on my soapbox regarding that. But Pat?
A little bit of an update to that. There was some erroneous information initially relayed. Thank God the student who was shot is not deceased, but is in critical condition.
Anything you want to say about school resource or Toy?
It baffles me why anyone would not want school resource officers in their school. It's nothing but a win.
The caller wasn't on scene.
It's a positive thing.
Copy. Did they happen to give you an apartment number?
Negative. I'm gonna work with the TC now and see if we can find anything in Crimson Street.
Lejong,
thank you.
Is that light?
This one?
Is it light? Says it's light right on it. Yeah.
A wise guy. It might be light beer, but when you're carrying a carton of it, it isn't light. Yeah, I know. Over my entire career, I've seen school resource officers keep a lot of situations that could escalate into something dangerous or even deadly from doing so.
So, part of life is holding people accountable for their decisions. You looking at something? Or?
Nope.
Holding people accountable for their decisions, because quite often so many officials, some elected, some appointed, like you to forget what they did, what they decided. And so part of my role in life is paying attention to history. And if there is a school shooting, let's just remember that the people that decided to get rid of the school resource officers deserve some ownership of the future. You know, you can't just say, well, we made a mistake, but it's, you know, really whatever. You have to have some ownership of your policy decisions. And if you're willing to own them and stand behind them, well, that's one thing. But if you're quickly going to blame someone else, it's the same way with the shot spotter and the reduced number of officers. And besides the reduced number of officers, just the violence that's going on in town, the carjackings, violence, and really, we haven't heard a thing from the mayor. But if the mayor is willing to own his decisions about having a committee to study for the longer term, but not doing anything in the short term, well, that's fine. At least he owns his decisions, but he owns them. He owns what happens based upon what the leadership is. And so, I mean, tell me, countless times in my career I've had to own a decision for things that I've done or things that I've allowed people to do, and that's just the nature of the beast. But we have to make sure that our elected officials are accountable and own their decisions. And as of right now, the St. Paul Police Department is down 90 police officers. There's no plan for ShotSpotter, and thank goodness Chief Todd Axtell has mobilized some bodies to work on the carjackings with us. But it's potentially could be a really, really busy summer with all the things going on at once.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are holding their breath for what summer has in store.
Yeah. Hey! Somebody said hi.
Yep.
A lot of people probably ask about the sheriff's department. We have 500 employees at the sheriff's office. About half of those are sworn deputies, and then we have a couple hundred correctional officers as well in the jail. Just in case you're curious, the difference between us and the St. Paul Police Department. The St. Paul Police Department has primary responsibility for the city of St. Paul and responding to calls and handling calls for service. They have, what do they got now, 600 officers? But down to 5 something?
Yeah, under 6.
Under 6 now. Yeah, they're down to 5 something. And, you know, they patrol the southern part of the county. Our sheriff's office patrols 7 cities in the suburbs, and there are several other cities in the suburbs as well. But we also provide jail services, detention services for over 25,000 arrestees in a year. Court security services for our courts, transportation, jail security at the hospital, water patrol functions, parks functions, narcotics, violent crime enforcement team. So we have a broad spectrum of services that we provide. And of course, we're there to support any particular municipal agency that might need our help. So under our Minnesota concept, there's a state patrol, or called state troopers. They're really their state police. And they, on a parallel side of them, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is the BCA agents who are also peace officers. And you have 87 sheriffs and 87 sheriff's department, the largest of which is Sheriff Dave Hutchinson over there in Hennepin County, and then Ramsey County being the second largest. And then we have 300 plus local police departments. Minneapolis being the largest, right across the river from us, of course, where the George Floyd incident occurred, and then the St. Paul Police Department. Beyond that, Duluth, Bloomington. What would be the other big ones besides Duluth and Bloomington?
Probably the 2 Brooklyn, Center and Park.
Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park. So it's a multiple web layered. $1268 pain.
Didn't hear that one.
Neither, but no for.
One into a house.
That's like 2, I guess. Who went into a house?
The suspect. What's it?
Squad was out somewhere here at Bryson, Pennsylvania, or Bryson, Pennsylvania. This is our favorite holiday station. All roads lead to Holiday at Rice and Penn. It's the center of the universe here in the city of St. Paul. 620 Victor Whiskey.
Squad 370.
How's it going? Good. Is it windy? I feel like the wind. Is the wind blowing now?
Copy, saying somebody's going out the
40
back
plus
door. I
tomorrow.
don't know if it's the suspect or not.
New message.
Copy. Where is she at right now?
Looks like she'll be waiting in
Impala?
her 10, 20, 12
It's
truck.
over there.
On my right.
We're getting a lot of stairs there.
Okay.
1827.
Sometimes people
New
just
629 go.
don't like us,
New
which is
message.
really hard to believe.
Westbound 94, just east of
New
Victoria.
message.
Delta Charlie,
We
Julia,
got a red.
15376, and
Here's-
185 on there as well.
Kind of
please.
red.
It's a warrant.
Owner.
Westbound 94,
It's a
Vic.
1/1/70 birthday.
Copy that.
Definitely not.
Right.
A lot of people appreciate us being here, though. You know,
Yep.
well, they know they feel a little safe getting their gas, especially with all the carjackings going on. You just don't want to pull up, get some gas, and get bumped out of your car. Oh. It's definitely colder now.
Yeah, it is.
Just remember, 5% of Americans consume 50% of the alcohol.
Better location, please.
All right, let's pick a channel here.
370, copy.
I'll put this center one on 2. You're on 3.
I'm on 3.
I'll be on 1. You think I should get a good driving discount for driving all these extra miles and not having an accident?
Absolutely.
Or do you think that I should charge more for driving all these extra miles?
I say good driving certificate. I might put you in for one.
I just probably never should have brought that up. You know how that goes. Clunk. We are on Rice Street, northbound. By the way, I want to go back real quick. Remember that, you know, my mother passed away, and I have tons of that furniture that she bought, antique furniture. According to the guy I was talking to, there's no market for any of that antique furniture anymore.
Really?
Yeah, apparently. You see that sign right there? Right there. Okay. That's where she bought most of it. This place hasn't been open for 20 years, right there. Karen Fabry.
Oh, yeah.
The Unusual Furniture Company. See, the unusual's in quotes. That hasn't been open for 20 years, but that sign's been sitting there.
Yeah.
I guess that furniture is just not popular. Everybody's going contemporary. Young people want IKEA, etc., etc. Which, by the way, my wife, I want to thank my wife because she bought some shelves.
Yeah.
I told her she was thinking of going to IKEA, right?
Yep.
And she went to IKEA. And the only thing I said is, ask for the instruction manual. If you can understand it, then get it.
You're a better person than me if you can understand an IKEA instruction manual.
So, thankfully, she didn't buy the IKEA shelves. Okay? You think shelves aren't that difficult. She ordered them from Macy's. Okay? And I can put Macy's stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
But the IKEA stuff, I think it's a secret. See that sign up there? Karen Fabry? Up there in the building?
Yep.
I want to, anybody that knows the owner of Karen Fabry, I want the sign for a keepsake. It's been there for 20 years, right?
That'd be very cool.
I could light that up, put it somewhere as a memory of where my mother brought all her furniture, because I'm not going to have any of her furniture because clearly, according to the estate sale, so it doesn't sell. So I want to get the sign at least, right? I wonder what that sign would cost. The Unusual Furniture Store.
That'd be a cool one to have.
Yeah. And if anybody really wants some good Karen Fabry furniture, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. When we have my mom's furniture estate sale, you can certainly come to my mom's house and get it. For a good price.
Bravo 368.
You got some competition. Nick Padron wants
Bravo
it too.
368.
Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned the damn sign. I knew this would happen. I started a bidding war.
422, was that a call that was pending for a while?
It's like the first rule. Don't start a land. What movie is that? You violated, where they say you violated one of the rules. Don't start a land war in Asia.
I don't have it yet.
What movie is that from?
The Last Samurai?
No, it was a humorous saying that somebody might know where the narrator says he violated one of the key rules in life, one of which is don't start a land war in Asia. Which is why you never take Asia when you're playing the board game Risk. You never take Asia; it's too hard to control.
370. Apparently, she left. But
for those of you Risk players, chime in now, because everybody knows if you hold the continent of Asia, you get 7 extra armies every turn.
1834.
Europe is only 5 extra armies.
Right to interstate space at 1834.
Australia and Indonesia is like 3 or 2 or
Bravo
3.
263.
Bravo 263.
South America is 2. But the thing is, it's very tough to control all of Asia. You got too many borders to control. So let's say you Risk players.
He's been out there a while. Do you mind trying to call back and see if he's still there?
Gene O'Brien inherited Karen Fabry.
Okay. You tell Jean that I would make her sign well known. When we open our restaurant, when we open our restaurant, we're going to have historical signs from all over St. Paul.
And we'll have the Karen Fabry room.
I think we will. Maybe we'll use that furniture for part of that. That's a good idea, Pat. Have a different room for different era. But we're not going to have an IKEA room. What are those? Finnish? What are Swedish? Swedish, right? IKEA?
Yeah, I believe
Swedish
so.
Company?
Swedish or Danish?
No, we're not having that. You got to build your own chair to eat in that room. I mean, the prices of IKEA are very reasonable. If you got somebody that can build it for you, great, go for it. But where's that plate from? There.
Ohio, I think.
We're still looking for a silver Jaguar, right?
Yep.
In 287, I tried calling to the front desk. If you could also check and make sure the front desk officer is okay. I tried to raise him on the air. He's not responding.
Copy. We'll do a welfare check when we get there.
Much appreciated. 1836.
Well, I gotta say, now that it's dark, I'm feeling more comfortable.
We're kind of at home now.
Yeah. There's a sudden peace that's come over the roadways.
Thank you.
But it sure was pretty earlier tonight, right?
Yeah, sunset's my favorite time of day.
Obviously, the busiest time crime-wise in any city is July and August. Those are the two busiest months for any city.
By far.
So then you work your way back from there. It's usually June. July and August, the busiest, then June. And then it starts, you know, May, September. But then it kind of works to the fall, because fall is actually a time that people commit a lot of crime as darkness sets in, the economics of wanting something for Christmas, etc., robberies. So,
Copy that at 1838.
but most of this whole trend starts in April. This year it might start a little earlier. So it's been a little quiet the last 2 months. Having said that, that Sunday we were online. We gotta try a Sunday after that playoff game. That was the highest number of live people that watched this ever on the Sunday evening. So
Yep.
and you know, it's the funny part about that, I was thinking about that last night, because it was Sunday last night.
Yep.
What made me think about it, I'm flipping through the channels.
287.
I couldn't find anything I wanted to watch. There was no TV on. I mean, there was TV, but not anything.
Probably you're going to be checking for a...
Not a great TV night. Yeah, Sundays traditionally aren't.
But in the old days, they were, though. You know, remember NBC movie of the week, the Peacock.
The Sunday night movie.
Yeah, Sunday night movie, and it's all changed. I don't know. So maybe now I understand why.
Avenue East on a suspicious party walking through yard.
What's that?
Time now is 1839.
Let's get the address on that Hyacinth Avenue. What kind of car is that? That's not a Jaguar, is it? The one we just passed?
365, investigate.
And don't try not to embarrass me. I don't think it is a Jaguar, but it's a classic car. What is
It's a Mercedes.
Mercedes. Well, there you go. Jaguar, Mercedes.
It's not bad, not bad. 694 is going to be the numbers.
On Hyacinth?
Yep.
Beautiful. It's a suspicious party?
364.
Assign.
364.
Trying to get back to it here. Hang on.
375's called, but if they'd like to cancel, I can do the area check here in just a minute when we get done with this deal.
On there. Well, we're going to
375, give me clear.
375, we're on scene. Thank you, though.
Copy on scene. And 364, 370, we're not able to reach the caller to meet at the address.
Somebody walked through their yard from the alley and started walking eastbound on Hyacinth. Unknown race male, 26 foot thin build, gray hoodie and jeans.
We're at what, 700 here, so he's just a block east of us here.
You remember this little island
Where
here?
we spotted that. We won't go that way, but this is where we spotted that stolen Explorer right through there.
Time to go to night mode.
Alright. So all we got really is a suspicious call. We're at Hawthorne, Orange is the next street, then Hyacinth. Young man's walking east on Hyacinth. The thing is, you walk through someone's yard. I mean, and it's not easy to walk through somebody's yard because almost all these yards are, you know, contained. Tough to know the time delay, but if it's much, it'll be way past, well past us. You see anything down there?
Somebody's flashing their light at us. Or is that an alarm?
I don't know. That's a flashing light, but I don't think it's an alarm. Could it be?
Let's see if there's an alarm pending.
Isn't that a good idea? What's the address there? Can you tell? You got the old light.
746.
Go down here
and then it went out.
Oh.
As soon as I shined my light at it, it went out.
I'll pull down the alley too. Let's just see it. So, young man walking east from 695. I see a flashing light at 746. I'm trying to put the puzzles together. Sometimes alarms do have flashing lights that go off. Or it might have just been someone walking through the yard too.
Nothing impending.
My lights have been flashing lately. I don't know what it is. I mean, gotta get them fixed. I don't know if there's a short in one of them.
At your house?
Yeah, my house. I'm afraid the neighbors are gonna think that I got an alarm going off. You know?
Mm-hmm.
What was that? I think I just went through a foot-deep slush pool. So, there's a squad behind us now. We'll just let them know who we are. Is that a woman? Ask her if she knows what that light, why the light's flashing.
Do the lights, will you? Say, ma'am? Ma'am? Is that an alarm?
Huh.
No, that's my house. My sister says that the ring light went off or expired.
Oh, okay.
So it does that annoying flashing.
Okay.
Just looking to see how we can fix it.
Okay.
Looks like I need to replace the whole unit.
Oh, no.
Sorry about that.
Hey, that's okay.
Thanks for watching.
Well, Denmark is checking in saying hello, and Sweden is saying that IKEA is theirs.
Oh, pretty funny. Well, I'm gonna go check this anxious Impala out here. He's a little over the speed limit, but
The one two ahead of us?
yeah. Did he just pull into the holiday? or
Nope, he's getting ready to turn left on Wheelock. I'm pretty sure that's an Impala turning left.
Yeah. So you're helping me with cars. I don't know that we'll be able to catch him in this particular traffic, but
With the squad to Breakenback 275 Hall Street, Color's 21-year-old grandson is having mental health concerns and is at the kitchen table and has been being violent with caller. Name is James Curtis, 21-year-old male, 5'5", wearing a green t-shirt and black shorts.
He's gone.
it's funny how words can change the meaning. When you heard the word grandson, you're thinking, oh, okay, this kid's 12 or 16, right?
Right.
And suddenly he's 21.
At 1846.
Different things connote different things.
And it doesn't sound at all funny to me because I've got a 21-year-old grandson and granddaughter.
Well, there is that. There is that.
Yeah, that Impala is gone.
Well, it might be up there. We'll see. I think you're probably right, but
Well, we thought the Explorer was gone the other night too, and lo and behold, we got up to it.
same route. We got cars here at 575 East Nebraska. Nothing. Maybe
Nope.
maybe that's the. What is that there?
That's the Charger that's
Always there.
always there, and actually got stolen a little while back in a display of karma.
So you might see Pat and I just popping on periodically during the week. We're certainly going to pop on this next month during the week a little bit, just to give you an overview of what's taking place. We're going to be in touch with Sheriff Hutchinson too about what's happening over there in Minneapolis, and ready to back him up. Sheriff Hutch, if you're listening, Sheriff Dave Hutchinson, give me a call right now. We can
279.
and let us know how your preparations are going.
Your incident has been updated.
Like to hear from you.
I'm going to put a name and date of birth in the call. I think it's going to be related to your call.
You saw earlier on the earlier broadcast some of our preparations around our law enforcement center.
Felony warrant for obstructing the legal process.
Let me just say clearly and distinctly, most of the
279
major
officer safety, that assault was on a
troublemakers will come from out of town. Most of the people intent on
1848.
destroying and burning things will come from out of town. Most of the destruction comes from the anti-government folks that really like to bring down government and have decided that they're going to participate in the anti-police protests, but in reality they're against all government in general.
Right.
So yeah, it's been clear that, bulk of the arsonists that were charged last time and were actually not from here, or not part of the Black Lives Matter movement even.
We'll pause for just a second here. I want to ask you a question about this.
Mute?
Nope, don't even need to mute. It said our incident was updated, and I don't show us on an incident.
Well, there you have it. What does it say? Well,
I'm on as 2755.
Scroll down there. Backwards, which is fine. Keep going. There you go. Somehow you're en route to Mississippi. Here's what you can do though. Click on more. Oops. Click on more. And then let me see. Just click on status and then click available.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you're aware. 279-287 are headed to 675 Hall Street. And for a disorderly male with mental health issues, be advised he does have a felony warrant for assaulting police officers.
Oh, it was just a
And 279, they're requesting you use the back door off the morning. Okay. 1851.
Must have hit the en route
287
by mistake.
What's happened to me? Well, let's head out into Maplewood for a minute, huh?
Yeah.
See what's happening.
And I am at the LAC.
Yeah, I know. Let's see what happens here. research shows, I told you I did research that I don't know how they even find this, but you know, when you click on our Google Analytics, somehow they are able to analyze the people watching us.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, there's some interesting facts and figures, but the one that struck me is that, oh Jesus, that the most popular time for people that watch us to watch YouTube, it doesn't mean they're watching us, it means they're watching other tube, is between 7 and 9 o'clock, which surprised me, you know, because I was thinking we had a later night group.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people that watch us watch other stuff on YouTube between 7 and 9. Now, we're not at 7 o'clock yet, but...
Interesting.
So, I take that means a lot of them would probably like us starting at 7.
Yeah, that
check
makes
your
sense.
comments on there and see what they think. If a lot of them say they'd rather start at 7, but I think because that's 7 to 9 Central Time, it may be because East Coast people
could be
would rather have us watch, and there's a lot of people from the East Coast. We're northbound on McMenemy, headed into Maplewood. So this would be a good night to kind of get the feel for what time people actually do watch.
Yeah.
Right. County Road B. Geez, I read in the paper that I didn't read what they're going to do, but the water department's going to do a multi-million-dollar upgrade to the water treatment down here on Roseland. Did you see that?
No.
Oh my goodness.
4478 traffic.
4478, go ahead.
You just Google it really quick.
Be going white here.
St. Paul water utility upgrade.
Well, we've got, so far, there's 3 for 7 p.m. and none against.
Well, we'll see. If you guys that want it earlier, if you share it now to your friends, we'll know, because if we get a big increase in viewers between 7 and 8, we'll know that. What is that up there? That flashing? Is that supposed to be a plane? No, it's kind of weird how the light follows.
Mm-hmm.
So, Nick, you change location to Berg and 1/3.
Copy.
Click the news tab.
McCarran's plant improvements?
Yeah, what's it say? Is that a news story?
That's a St. Paul story.
Yeah.
January, they began an exciting project aimed at upgrading the water treatment plant.
Does it say the amount? One of those stories said the amount. It was like, I don't know.
Try to find a news story.
If you scroll down here, man. Hit that news tab.
629 on investigate.
New $160 million water treatment plant, and there will be a 25% rate increase.
Yeah, that's a 25% rate increase. Well, I mean, I'm fascinated by water treatment, and if it's needed, it's needed. But I guess the question becomes, is there something not being filtered out of our water now that we should know about?
Well, they have a picture here of a 135-foot diameter clarifier tank.
I've been in there.
And it says it's one of 2 in the plant.
Yep.
And they hold 2.6 million gallons of water each.
What else did it say there? I wonder if they're changing the technology. That's what I'd be interested in. Is the water purification technology changing? Like, are they going to put a bunch of those filters like they're on your faucet?
If operational, the deep mixing basins would be stirring alum and quicklime into water pumped in from Lake Vadnais. The fine particles clump loosely together to form flock.
Yep.
And giant paddles stir the mix so it's smooth enough to drink. Softening is one step among many in getting 39 million gallons of clean drinking water each day into the homes and businesses of more than 425,000 paying customers in East Metro. But right now, those particular 2-story basins stand idle and empty.
No way. Why is that?
Gotta read here.
4470 clear traffic.
So 2 of their basins are empty.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Southbound on Rice Street, folks.
It's time to erect a new water treatment plant for the East Metro. As he says, we're in the forever business. We have to be here.
4496, 4498 Thebo.
I'm listening.
Rates are going to gradually increase. By 2024. The average water customer will pay $392 a year, up from $313 a year today. That's not bad.
No, I mean, we're talking a couple bucks a month when you add that up. The 25% scares you, but when you hear
the actual dollar amount,
average water customer, it's a different figure. But for those of you familiar with our water system, just a short review. So our water is by and large captured through a series of lakes. Starts with Charlie Lake in North Oaks, Pleasant Lake, and then works its way down to Sucker Lake, works its way down to Vadnais Lake, and then in Vadnais Lake it's captured by the water department in large 5-foot tubes, which are underground and then come down to this plant that we're going into on Roselawn. Now, a lot of times water fills the lakes up enough and the water runoff that they can capture water from the lakes, but when there isn't enough water, there are large culverts. Is culvert the right word?
Culverts, yeah.
Culverts that bring water in from the Mississippi River north of downtown Minneapolis. So, but this is the current water treatment plant, and there's large basins back here, underwater basins that you can, underground basins that you can visit.
Well, it says this project is going to be the most massive of its kind ever in Minnesota history.
Confirmation number. So they got upset trying to make release. She's outside wearing that white t-shirt.
So it's a big, obviously there's nothing more important than clean, fresh water. And it's a tremendous operation that the St. Paul Water Utility runs. I mean, they do a great job. But the science is kind of interesting of creating water. We're lucky here because our water from our lakes and our water from the Mississippi River is relatively clean. But every agency or utility down the Mississippi River has to go through an extensive water treatment of all the water that we put in there. And obviously, we treat the water before it goes back into the river. But let's just pretend we don't know what how the water is used before then. Yes. Is it on the freeway or down on Goose Lake by the bar? Okay. Is the troopers coming too or not?
910.
Okay.
Please have 364 call me at 5627.
This one I'm taking it.
Yeah, it's a ways away, so I probably won't. Got a call on the freeway there at 35E in Goose Lake, a woman screaming. I'm not exactly sure what that means. It's a person in crisis, one way or the other.
Right. That is a ways off.
So that is the St. Paul Water Utility, 1900 Rice Street. They do an awesome job treating our water. We got the best water in the country, probably the most reliable source. The Mississippi River, the chain of lakes above us here.
I've had the water in a lot of big cities in this country, and I sincerely believe we have also the best tasting water, best tasting tap water of anywhere.
Now, not all the cities in Ramsey County use this water. As I mentioned, when I was the mayor of Vadnais Heights, we had our own well system and our own water system. There are a lot of cities that have their own wells and water systems, but there is discussion about expanding the St. Paul Water Utility to include cities that previous to that weren't connected. And the reason for that is this ongoing debate about where should the water come from. Should the drinking water come from wells and potentially deplete the aquifer, or should the drinking water come from surface water of lakes and rivers, and then so the aquifers remained intact? And that debate was really hot during the White Bear Lake water level discussion, because when the White Bear Lake water level dropped 6 to 10 feet, the question was, why is that happening, and is it because the aquifers are being depleted, causing a lower ground level water to be created? So now that White Bear Lake is back up, that discussion and debate isn't taking place. But somewhere, if you're a young person, somewhere in your lifetime, that discussion about where to best bring the water for people will come up. And I'm definitely not a water expert. The biggest cost, of course, is trying to build new pipes to extend St. Paul Water Utility into those areas that don't have water. And that's not even a part of that 160 million. That's just fixing the plant that they have. But you watch what happened in Houston, and you contaminate your water treatment, and you're out of water, ladies and gentlemen. And nothing like the third largest city in America being out of water. Missing something?
Do you have your cord for the MDC in here?
I think so. I think that's, but I thought that's yours. Isn't it yours on the floor there?
No, mine, I don't have mine. I didn't.
There's one under the seat then.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure if it's the same.
I'm not sure if they're compatible or not, but I'm going to find out.
You want me to pull over and get a burger? I mean, you want me to pull over?
I would like you to pull in the Super America real quick, if you could.
Yeah, you can do that.
That'll give me a chance. I have to run in real quick. And
right after those hotcakes at Harvey's.
I love those potato cakes.
How can you beat those potato cakes? I mean, it's so bitter. You can't ruin a potato cake. It's the same every time. Right?
I bet twice a week in high school I'd go to Arby's and I'd get 2 beef and cheddars, 2 potato cakes, and a pink lemonade.
Yep. Yep. be right here.
Okay.
For you. You going in?
Yep.
I'll do that.
And I'm going to look for the cord real quick under the seat before I go in.
Oh yeah. I think it's right there. It's connected to that black square.
Okay. Oh, I see it.
Whether it fits in your plug or not, it's a whole other issue.
Exactly.
You don't have yours though, right?
No, I do not.
Nope.
It does not.
It's all right.
Okay, I'll be right back.
We don't need no stinking CAD.
We'll do it old school
Yeah,
style.
that's right. So, there's a couple different versions of computer-aided dispatch. Some are the old tough books from Panasonic, and some of them are newer from Dell. And I have an adapter for the Panasonic in here, but Pat has the Dell version. I didn't bring mine, so we are out of power. We're at the Speedway up on Rice Street, just north of Highway 36 in the town of Roseville.
We'll be at McKnight in Bush, Minnesota 099, X-ray Delta Echo.
And I am gonna run in there and grab something too. You guys listen to the radio for a minute. Let us know if you see any suspicious activity. Thanks for joining us. You guys are awesome. Make sure I got the keys.
On the corner of 7th and Hope, we made their stand.
27 hours ago.
We had justice in demand.
1909.
Shout out girls, the name the sheriff gave. The girls are getting older, fearless and brave. From fucked up police to justice for Floyd. They speak for the silenced and they won't be destroyed. Critics call them hijackers, but they're on a roll with their ding-dong fans and their unbreakable soul. They're the shout-out girls lighting up the night. Voices of the people shining so bright. From hope to YouTube, their message is clear, standing for the truth with no trace of fear. And Bob go by slow as a breeze. Live streaming nonsense, driving with ease. Backseaters watch, cheering Grandpa Patrol. But the SO steal the show, taking control. From their second floor perch, they changed the game. Turned shout-out girls into a household name. Now their fans tune in, their voices worldwide. They turn critique into pride with a rebellious stride. We're the shout-out girls lighting up the night. Voices of the people shining so bright. From hope to YouTube, their message is clear, standing for the truth with no trace of fear. All detractors unite, ding-dongs rejoice. So speak up voiceless, their powerful voice. On patrol or online, they're breaking the mold. They shout out girls are brave, bold and bold. They're the shout out girls lighting up the night. Voices of the people shining so bright. From hope to YouTube, their message is clear, standing for the truth with no trace of fear. So next time you stream or drive down the block, remember the SOGs who gave the world a shot. Their anthems a shout out to all who see that change is possible when you speak freely.
41744, and the time. Squad that came back 4493 Tango till they're close for.
447, I get back from PD.
1912.
On the corner of 7th and Hope, they made their stand.
2354.
No cherry pies in there.
Road to region. See what one.
Man.
No cherry. Who's that guy? He's animated. No cherry pies inside the speedway. Must have been a run on pies.
Oh, yes.
By the way, speaking of run on, there was a story in that book.
Your street book?
Street book. It was very interesting. You know, there's some DeLoss. That's what it was. Where's the book? Did we get the book?
Yeah.
This is a story about the West Side, which I found fascinating. Maybe if you don't mind reading it.
Not at all.
The DeLoss Street over there on the west side. The west side is on the west side of the river, but it's just interesting history. DeLoss Montfort, 1835 to 1899. Now, this is a fascinating story. He was a prominent banker.
2364 arriving.
I'll leave the rest to you. This guy saved people's lives.
DeLoss Montfort first traveled through St. Paul in 1854, which is when St. Paul was actually first established as a city. Came back in 1857, beginning with Charles McCubbin, another street name, McCubbin.
Yep.
And Erastus Edgerton, another street name.
Yep.
In their banking house, he subsequently became cashier for the Second National Bank, with which he remained off and on for the remainder of his career. In his early years at People's Bank, he won an extraordinary race to St. Peter, Minnesota.
Now picture this. The bank, there's a run on the banks, and your bank is going to be destabilized because you don't have enough money to pay your people. But they have notes, they want to get their money, and you have bank notes on another bank. So he's got to run to St. Peter by horseback.
Because he knew they had $5,000 in gold as a redemption fund.
He has the cash notes for that $5,000, but whoever gets there first is going to get them from all the banks. So I'm sorry for interrupting.
That's all right. Its messenger, DeLoss A. Montfort, gathered up $5,000 of the Nicollet banknotes and set out for St. Peter on horseback, riding 3 horses to exhaustion and not drawing a bridle to save to make the relays. He passed every other carrier on the road and made the 78 miles in 8 hours on horseback. He secured the gold. The following morning, he set out and returned to St. Paul just in time. There was a run on the People's Bank, and the last dollar was in sight when Cashier Montfort staggered in with his heavy pair of saddlebags. The reinforcement was believed to consist of $25,000 instead of $5,000. The run subsided and was soon over.
There you have it. There you have it. Fascinating little piece of history for Mr. DeLoss, right?
Yeah.
Don't look at that street the same way ever again.
Never.
Who thinks they were going to change those streets to ABCs? You want anything?
Just one plain cheeseburger. Nothing else.
Plain, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
We would like 3 plain cheeseburgers.
3 plain cheeseburgers?
3 plain cheeseburgers.
Anything else?
That's it.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
607 persona, thank you.
So just in case you decided you wanted 2, Pat, I got you an extra one.
Always thinking of the other guy.
Yeah.
3 plain cheeseburgers?
Yep.
607.
How are you tonight?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. You got your jacket on. Is it cold in there?
A little bit.
Gonna be nice tomorrow.
Yep. Tomorrow I'm gonna offer myself to be in the window.
Oh yeah, good idea. So you can, yeah, good idea.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, here's a rear end of a vehicle to remember, the Kia Seltos.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that car before.
I've heard of them. I don't think I ever saw one until now.
163.
All right.
We can't get fries because they make too much noise to eat.
Well, and they're not good for us.
Because we are kind of health food fanatics.
Yeah. We are. What connoisseurs of great fast food. All right, so let's find out if it's true that people like watching. I don't think I got that. But if, you know what? My son would love that blue Frosty though. That's his favorite thing. You too, thank you. Well, excuse us for munching on a nice soft cheeseburger. The reason we didn't get the pickles is so you wouldn't have to listen to the crunch.
Information the county was on a medical at 350 Burrill Drive. 79-year-old female does conscious and breathing with a high blood pressure. She just had a COVID shot in 1919. $81.94 traffic. 81.94. 7th Street, Inca, 8 Nora Boy, 854. $81.94, copy 7th Street. What was your cross? You can use 23rd Ave. Copy.
5362 Daniel, you clears from the range and add up to give us a minute. Assist medical agency.
Copy. Little squads, check your laptops for use caution, officer safety, weapons involved, ATL cops alert out of Minneapolis, or Hennepin County rather. Check your laptops at 1920.
Well, she's gone.
$71.30.
I'll be better prepared next time.
We don't always need that cat.
178, this will be clear advised with 165.
So if you're not going to eat that cheeseburger that I ordered for you,
you know, why don't you have it? I don't think I'm going to have it.
That's really, you know what, you're a nice guy.
7130 copy.
1921.
Tommy Arnold, when he would train in a new officer as an FTO, at least once during their training phase with him, he'd call dispatch and tell them, give them all the calls over the air, like, you know, the old school. And he'd turn off and shut his laptop computer.
Good for
to get him into the habit of looking at what was going on around him.
Good for him.
Copy.
Well, get too reliant on those things.
Mm-hmm.
$44.93 Tango. 493 Tango. Phone call request on a harassment for 2669 Germain Court North, where the caller received inappropriate videos from an unknown suspect. 493 Tango, copy.
1922. $690. Can I get an available squad to Door Lane, Door Court West? It's going to be for an unoccupied Dakota County stolen. Sharing information to squads on a hit and run that occurred on the east side of St. Paul at 1350 Larpenteur. Suspect vehicle of 788 X-ray Kilo Whiskey. Honda Civic versus a fence. Driver fled, walked down Clarence towards Maryland about 5 minutes ago. An Asian male, shorts, wearing a white t-shirt with tan pants. For the squads, that's 1923.
You get the impression he fled on foot?
Yes.
Had that Popeyes Louisiana chicken. Do you like that? Is that any good? Or do you like...
It's okay in a pinch. I'll tell you though, I'll get something going here. Their fried chicken sandwich.
At Popeyes?
Mm-hmm. Get the spicy one.
With Mike Golf Yankee 406.
And get lots of pickles.
I copy Mike Golf Yankee. Mike Golf Yankee 406 at White Bear in County Road B at 1924.
So which do you like better, backseaters? Do you like riding around when you got your sunglasses on in the daytime, shielding yourself from that bright blue sky? Or do you like riding around at nighttime under the cover of darkness, where no one can tell who's in the back seat? Which is it? Which is it? Are you a beach boy backseater? Or are you a night walker?
My location, White Bear and Burke.
Night walker.
Copy 1925.
Pat and I always consider ourselves a little bit of, I don't know what we'd call, we're not really Count Draculas, but we do like working at night. He's the count. You're the Count of Clear Right, so you can't be Count Dracula. We're back on Rice Street, southbound of Geranium. Been a very slow but peaceful day today in the beautiful saintly city of St. Paul. Which, by the way, some of that history of how St. Paul got its name, and where the first St. Paul little cathedral was. It's all in that book. There's a cave over on the Mississippi River that Pierre Pigzay Parent, one of the first traders up here, used to hide his wares in. Thankfully, the town wasn't called Pierre Pigzay.
Although, as a settlement,
yeah,
it did carry the name Pigzay for a while.
Right? No doubt.
446. Good. Courtesy ride to one adult female to White Bear and Bush. Copy 1927.
Tony's in there cooking pizza non-stop. did get a message here while we were stopped from Ray Hobbs' mother saying that they haven't one charge.
377. PGF, Minnesota, Charlie Golf Whiskey 002.
They haven't finally decided on when the funeral's going to be. They're working on a possible
1370, checking your status.
benefit date as well.
Yes, 177.
There's background noise, checking your status on the property.
Go for it.
Copy, code 4. Thanks for joining in.
Well, sadly,
181, I'll be out.
we're going to drive down Winnipeg, Manitoba, on their last day of winter, the official last day of winter, March 1st. And then you'll see how quiet it is tonight. And how busy it will become as the weather gets better. And about to turn down Winnipeg from Park Street.
I'll have towards your assist.
375.
375, code 4.
Copy. Would you be able to start to assist on a burglary? Hasn't walked through the house, came home to the front latch open, no lights on. They're waiting outside in the vehicle with their child.
375, 109.
Can see if you're available to start for a burglary.
Some of our viewers
front latch open, no lights on.
have started counting.
Inside the vehicle that they're
Did
waiting
you see
on.
that?
Counting.
Hand me what was just in your hand for a minute. No, they texted me.
Oh,
They texted me. They're counting. They're counting.
4493 Tango, checking your...
375.
Every time they hear this,
Thank you, 93.
they're counting.
Well, sometimes it doesn't work.
Copy,
Well,
you're
no.
in control.
No, but they're counting how many cigarettes, by how many times the lighter.
Go
But
for it,
I want them to know that sometimes you're just lighting the lighter.
Sometimes I just play with it.
You're just playing with the lighter, so it's not a fair judgment.
Right.
Right. They should
out on
know
Century
that
and 12th
from an
with
evidentiary
Burrill and
perspective, to prove something, you have to show that
Copy
isn't
it,
just
1930.
that the gun's being cocked. You have to prove that the bullet's being fired, right?
That's right.
So, in Pat's defense, Your Honor, Your Honor, there's
199.
zero evidence that is being used to light a cigarette.
Absolutely.
Can you change this to a domestic? 385.
385.
How'd I do?
Tow truck should
That was
arrive, and
excellent.
hopefully they'll get it up on the truck.
And I'm sticking to it.
375, and we'll have everything tow truck clears. 199.
375.
Priority 2. What, 375? Not too cooperative, Tom.
35 is canceling from the Berg. If you could send search for suspicious at Waver and Larpenter. Request is over crossover with no license plate was concerned about a large group traveling inside the vehicle at a slow rate of speed.
Copy that. Thank you, 385.
Turn up for the suspicious, the 1932. We're not be Tango, code 4.
Yeah, just send her a text.
629, that's
That's what I was gonna do, but mine seems to be faulty.
375, you're clear, that's suspicious.
Thank you, 629.
1932.
Patient is alert and awake.
375.
Maybe we should get a hold of the O'Brien woman and turn the Karen Fabry into a restaurant.
375, we're here.
Try this again. I got a citizen, 376 Mariah Avenue, unit approved, trying to get belongings back. Should be waiting out in a red. If you have concern.
375 received.
Well, I'm going to make one more run to the east side, Pat, and then I think we'll see what happens. Then we'll go to the barn.
To the barn.
Because there's just not enough activity here. But tomorrow is the beginning of a warming period. We'll get out more.
Check for squad. 99. Sounds like I gotta send you a different call. Hold on.
No, we have no buffering issues. We had no overheating issues.
None at all.
Just that one shut-off issue.
Yep.
N180, you can do that welfare check at 942 St. Clair, number B, Bravo for 199. There are comments in the call.
Did you see that page that was put out on the suspect's name being Amber? I was starting to wonder if that was a mistake, like it was from Amber Larson.
Yeah, that was the where the car got stolen, right?
Could it be the same Amber? We only know one Amber, right? I mean, his name is really Ember. Remember the guy from?
I think this was a female, though.
Okay. That would be a clue.
That would be a clue. Oh, you know what? I took a shot off the board of it.
Okay. We got a text on it too. By the way, you remember you got
2363.
You folks remember?
2363.
Remember when we were over there on Pain and Geranium, searching for the people that had crashed the cars on Edgerton? That was our last time we were out. 1100 block of Edgerton, a stolen car taken in a carjacking, crashed at Pain and Geranium. 2 suspects fled. The helicopter was up. You were over there with us when we were sitting around and people were looking. The helicopter had a forward-looking infrared, was using the FLIR to find heat signatures. And unfortunately, to make the officer's job twice as hard, they found a heat signature, and it was actually that independent journalist that, I'll leave his name off this, but the point is that you have a journalist interfering with a search by getting inside the perimeter and then trying to follow the officers with a video camera.
And then was hiding behind a fence.
Hiding behind a fence, and they had to go check them out because they thought it was the suspect from a carjacking. Can you imagine how that could have gone downhill if they would have ended up using force on someone hiding behind a fence? So this is my message to independent journalists. It's fine that you videotape, stay out on a public street, do not come inside a perimeter, and allow the officers to do their job, because anything that obstructs their ability to go catch a real criminal can be considered obstructing the legal process. So knows who I'm talking about, and just make sure that does not happen again.
832.
So
We'll be clear of that.
bad deal.
Big thanks to detail 910 K9.
Yeah, be sure.
Well, a lot of people are guessing that individual's name.
Just like the Music Man song. Starts with T and that rhymes with P, and that stands for pool. Right here at River City. I love musicals. 76 Jerome.
You can mark this advice. And 377.
We are southbound on Edgerton at Geranium.
Squad 371, checking your status. Copy, go for it. Thank you, Jordan.
It's like the guy that buys an elephant gun and brings it home. And his friends come over and says, "What on earth? What do you got an elephant gun for?" He said, "For killing elephants." I said, "Wow. You don't have any elephants in your neighborhood?" I said, "Well, must be working." So the point is, we must be doing something right, Pat.
Yep.
There's no crime going on tonight or yesterday, right?
Something to it.
Something to it. We're doing something right. I mean, not just obviously us, but I mean law enforcement in general is making some difference here.
For sure.
So anyhow, don't be surprised if we just pop online during the daytime if we get all our work done for other stuff we got to do. I got a great team at the top, though. I got to tell you that Mike Martin, he was participating in that press conference. Under Sheriff Mike Martin got tons of experience at Minneapolis and the University of Minnesota. Kyle Meestead handled the agenda review with the budget. Just does a great job. Tina McNamara, Undersheriff of the Courts, helped articulate our need for, additional court services. Bill Finney is doing a great job managing the jail. So you got a good team. So what's great about it, allows me some flexibility to get out on the street. I clearly, you can't be out here more than 10, 12 hours a week, but it is it's nice to have the flexibility to get out on the street.
So Devin, who's a regular backseater with us, our prayers are with your brother Aaron, who had to go into the hospital today with some breathing issues.
Oh, it's terrible.
4493 Tango. I'm clear traffic. Shoot warning.
Nothing worse than not being able to get air. I'd rather have pain. Agony.
Yeah, definitely.
Shortness of breath.
This deal, they're out with an unoccupied Hastings stolen. He does help recover that. Thank you. Happy GOA. Anybody?
Well, good news, St. Paul. There isn't much going on tonight. We are eastbound on Case from Forest in the heart of St. Paul's east side. Passing the street of Russell. Cypress. Those of you that texted us periodically about the hood bouncing, I know some people even thought the hood was loose, but that's just the technology of being able to keep the image in front of us straight, and everything else moves around. So
yeah, the hood is not loose.
But it's fascinating how well that stabilization system works.
Mm-hmm.
Got a couple different layers of stabilization, but it's doing good. Every once in a while you get up on the hill like this, you can see all the way to Minneapolis. See the landscape over there? It's pretty cool.
Clear day, you can see Minneapolis.
133.
Well, here's Bush Street. I mentioned that's tied to the CEO of 3M, Mr. Bush. At Bush and Earl, they had a lot of 3M business. Eventually, of course, formed the Bush Foundation. Amazing company, 3M. Well, we did, you know, Pat and I did have some conversation about not going live as much in the wintertime, but we just decided that you might as well get the real feel for is the YouTube working, Pat, on yours or what?
Let me take a look.
Might as well get the real feel of what it's like when it's not busy.
Yep, we're good.
How many people are on YouTube right now?
729.
Doesn't seem right, does it?
Mm-mm.
April 30.
No, I'm sorry. That was wrong. 5,900.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but you know, I guess the alternative is not working in the less busy parts of the season, but it's probably good for you to get to feel for, you know, what's going on in the non-busy times too. So.
I mean, even on a non-busy day like today, there was a man with a gun arrested, 2 men with guns arrested, a shootout between 2 cars coming off the highway. So, slow is kind of a relative term, I guess.
Yeah.
2181. 81. I'm replacing 4 door.
Is that, what kind of car is that? Okay.
Good looking out.
It's a good front end. How's everybody doing today?
Paying respects?
Huh?
Paying respects? Sorry for your loss.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Terrible thing.
Huh?
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible thing.
We've known the family a long time. Yeah, 40 years.
40 years.
Yep, not right.
No, I know the other brother too. Casey.
Yep.
Yeah. Knew his mom and grandma too.
Really?
Oh yeah. Well, Dale, I used to, we knew Dale when they were young. Dale and Felicia Feiner. And Felicia.
That's my aunt.
Felicia.
Alicia?
Alicia's your aunt, Alicia. There's Francine, and then there's Alicia, right?
Yep.
And Ashley is a sister. So it's a terrible deal.
Yeah, it's a messed up world we living in.
You're not lying.
Yeah, Jennifer texted me earlier tonight. I'm friends with her on Facebook, and they don't have the date set, but they're trying to get the benefits set up on the 6th to the 7th. But I don't know. I just hope nobody else gets shot, huh?
Yeah.
Enough's enough.
It's been going on for how long?
Too long.
Well, to be accurate, about 20 years.
20 years?
Ham Crazy versus Selby.
Yeah.
Yeah. 20.
That's before my time.
I know.
That's way before my time.
Now it's all the subsets, Subsets. It's a sad deal. But this one wasn't Selbyers, this was just you know what it was. So hopefully nobody will retaliate. But hopefully those West Side gangs will shut their mouths up too, right?
Talking too much stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not into it. I don't really care.
Well,
I don't associate.
It's a good thing.
A lot of people end up with bullets when they're into that life. That's the sad part. It's the sad, sad, sad part.
Wish we could take it back to the old days where they just meet up at a park and fight.
Are you just making that up, or do you remember those days?
Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah?
Anything after that, I think I called it quits. I think I tapped out back then.
Smart man.
Yeah. Do you know Demontria Davis, the basketball coach?
Huh?
Demontria Davis? King?
I don't think so. I didn't go to schools out here.
Oh, where'd you grow up? What part of town?
South St. Cloud.
Oh, St. Cloud?
Yeah, I went all the way out to St. Cloud. I moved around.
Smart. So, are you living back here now or what?
Sometimes.
Is she keeping you out of trouble?
Oh, yeah.
Huh, girl? Are you keeping them out of trouble?
Yeah.
Hang on to her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Indeed.
All right, you guys have a nice night. Our
Take
condolences
care.
again.
Okay, you too.
Thank you.
See you now.
think we'll swing back to the office, go to the barn there, Pat, unless something happens.
I think so.
781, scuffling sounds of female screaming. Still working on the weapons.
I'm gonna put this on 3.
177, copy, we're on scene now.
Copy that. 1953.
Well, here's what we're going to do. In about 10 minutes, Pat and I are going to sign off for the night. But, having said that, if something serious takes place later,
we'll be back on.
We'll jump on. So, we'll just play it by ear. Probably at the rate of what's going on here, we probably won't jump on, but you know, it's not the first time that one shift would be completely quiet, and then the next shift be the opposite.
Police advised. Can you put us out on 1591 Sloan with 2 unoccupied stolen vehicles?
Oh, good for him.
1591 Sloan, copy.
That's obviously a dump spot up there on Sloan.
And if you went through the yards...
35, can you add Minnesota Echo, Juliet Papa 991, and then Minnesota Delta Yankee Victor 897?
Copy them both, 1955.
And if you went to the yards...
If that Explorer, if they'd gone through the yards, that'd be right where they'd have been.
Yeah. 4431, clear report.
Clear report at 1955.
Part of the reason we can't talk as much as we'd like to about some of these cases is because the kids are 15. In Minnesota, if they're charged with a felony, actually their names become public if they're 16, but not at 15.
And I got a few texts that were sort of complaining about us going on mute sometimes.
379.
We do that specifically for situations like that, where we're discussing a juvenile 15 or younger, or sometimes there's very sensitive information that hasn't been released to the public yet that we're not at liberty to share.
Right.
But we try to limit it as much as we can, just so you know.
Yep, we can't really not use due diligence when it comes to shielding people's identity when they're a child or a vulnerable person. So, now for a regular adult that chooses to break the law and gets arrested, he's got no particular right to anonymity. Yeah, I wonder if the farmer's market will open up again.
I hope so.
When the COVID's over here this spring. That would be fun, huh?
I like our farmer's market.
Crazy, but in addition to the food down here, my wife brings home those glass bottles full of chocolate milk. You ever had those? It's there's a farm. I don't know which farm it is. It's a farm down in southern Minnesota where they produce their own chocolate milk, and it's
good stuff.
Scrumptious. My friend Cy Vang still sells his groceries down here. Does an awesome job.
264.
One of the first Hmong farmers in the farmer's market.
Checked the area around the 300 block of Sherman Street for a 911. Male gave name, then said his family members were harassing him. Name is Elvin Johnson.
Joker. Copy.
1958.
Oh, we just got told that the farmer's market was actually open last Sunday.
St. Paul?
Yeah.
Really? Well, good. I guess I thought everything got shut down here for a while. That's good. Well, it's going to be warm this Sunday, 50 degrees.
Yeah.
Should be good.
57, you're clear.
I don't know how they grow anything right now.
Copy, thank you.
I suppose a
No
few
need of
of them got
assistance.
indoor stuff, huh?
1959.
Is that Explorer? How'd I do there?
Good. That's an Explorer. Very good.
It's black though, huh?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, they found that one.
Oh, that's right. It was running. Yeah, you're right.
Good looking out.
I was good on those 1980 Cutlasses and Monte Carlos.
Cars each were very distinguishable from each other back then.
Yeah. Well, you had less manufacturers too.
That too.
It's a confusing roadway here.
It really is.
You got a bike lane, you got a no driving lane. Well, let's see how our fence preparation is coming along, huh?
Yeah.
365, traffic.
365.
Maryland, west of Lorient, with a silver Chevy Trailblazer, no plates.
Copy, Maryland, west of Lorient, 2000.
All right, backseaters, thanks for hanging with us today. Appreciate your friendship and your genuine interest in what's going on out here.
I'll give you a plate here in a second.
You'll see some of the construction going on here, some new barriers.
Suspect vehicle clearance and Larpenter
drive
with
by.
788 X-ray King William.
Take a look at the progress.
Clearance and Larpenter, spotted back 4481.
4490 Tango, you can send me towards 81's location.
Well, they put a lot in a short period of time down here.
4481, vehicle occupied, I don't need backup.
Copy, 7893 Tango, you're clear.
Medium build, dark pants, black shoes. Suspect came back and is now outside Comp's garage. Comp is in garage with his 6-year-old. Comp does not want to get out of his car since he has a child.
Definitely ruins the view of a beautiful building, but everything has its purpose and time.
Saves that beautiful building in the long run,
Yeah.
potentially.
180.
Advised, cancel on 63. Copy, thank you, fellas.
53 at the LPT. 20 on 10.
Can you put me on PPD in the area of 36504?
That would be code for the down 20.
There's just no excuse any longer for not being prepared.
No, there's not.
And after what happened last year in Minneapolis and this year at the United States Capitol, there's just no excuse. The public's expectation is that we will be ready for different contingencies. We don't want to see another precinct burned to the ground.
Exactly.
That's the bottom line.
All right. I guess this is it, huh?
What was that, Shakespeare? Parting is such sweet sorrow? I don't know. Something like that, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. But go ahead and give us your patented sign off there, Pat.
All right, folks. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. This actually went a good bit longer than we initially planned, but I'm glad everybody joined us on this off day for our Live on Patrol and stayed with us as long as you did. As always, be kind to each other, folks, and have a good night.
They made bathe their stand. Voices rising up, they had justice in demand. Shout out girls, the name the sheriff gave, but they took it and owned it, fearless and brave. From the police to justice for Floyd, they speak for the silence and they won't be destroyed. Critics call them hijackers, but they're on a roll with the ding-dong fans and their unbreakable soul. They're the shout-out girls lighting up the night, voices of the people shining so bright. From Hope to YouTube, their message is clear, standing for the truth with no trace of fear. Pat and Bob roll by, slow as a breeze, live streaming nonsense, driving with ease. Backseaters watch, cheering Grandpa Patrol, but the soaps steal the show, taking control. From their second floor perch, they change the game, turn shout-out girls into a household name. Now their fans tune in, their voices worldwide, they turn critique into pride with a rebellious stride. They're the shout-out girls lighting up the night, voices of the people shining so bright. From home to YouTube, their message is clear, standing for the truth with no trace of fear. Oh, the tractors unite, ding-dongs rejoice, souls gave the voiceless their powerful voice. On patrol or online, they're breaking the mold. The shout-out girls are brave, bold, and bold. So next time you stream or drive down the block, remember the songs who gave the world a shock. Their anthems a shout out to all who see that change is possible when you speak freely. They're the shout-out girls lighting up the night, voices of the people shining so bright. On the corner of 7th and Hope, they made their stand, voices rising up, they had justice in demand. Shout-out girls, the name the sheriff gave, but they took it and owned it, fearless and brave. From fuck the police to justice for Floyd, they speak for the silenced and they won't be destroyed. Critics call them hijackers, but they're on a roll with their ding-dong fans and their unbreakable soul. They're the shout-out girls lighting up the night, voices of the people shining so bright. From Hope to YouTube, their message is clear, standing for the truth with no trace of fear. Pat and Bob roll by.